Good morning. Good morning, all.
Morning. Good morning, Chairman.
Morning, Jay.
Recording in progress.
Committee Secretary. Is the Office of the Public Protector in the meeting?
Chair, good morning. The public protector has already connected. I see some of them are still connected.
So should we give them 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Members, let's give them 2 minutes to connect.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. We are connected.
Yes, PP, there is an echo on your background. Can you attend to that in 1 minute?
Can we just test? I think it's done.
Can you come again?
Are we now properly audible, Chairperson?
Yes, that's much better. That's much better.
The speaker is not working. The chair is quiet, it means they can't hear me.
Can you hear us?
Switch off the other unused mic. Are we audible now, Chairperson? No, we're not. I'm gonna use my system.
PP,
Are we audible now, Chairperson?
the echo is back again.
Chair, I think there are two gadgets in the same room and both of them have their microphones on.
Okay, we're hoping it's now gone. The echo is now gone.
Yes, we can hear you properly now. Properly now. Good morning, PP and your team. Good morning, members. PP, can you settle on the other side?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members.
Yeah, the echo is better.
Guys, our individual speakers. No? Okay, Chair. Now,
Chair, what is happening now?
We are still trying to fix the technological issues. PP, can you?
Okay, we tested this, it was working perfectly earlier on. Is the echo better now, Chair?
No, it's back. The echo is actually back. It's
Okay,
repeating
guys.
after you as you are speaking.
Let mine be the
Chair, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I hope now audible.
Can you say that again? Unmute yourself. It looks like you are muted, PP. We can't hear anything you are saying now.
We're trying to utilize a central speaker to avoid the echo.
Okay.
Is it helping?
There's still echo. It's repeating after you as you are speaking. Members, can we at least allow them to fix this echo thing? Then we'll resume immediately.
Let's try once more.
Yeah, it's worse now.
Because we are all muted. We are muted.
Switch off the central speaker.
Members, can you hear the echo? Am I the only one?
Yeah,
No,
we can hear it.
Chairperson.
Yeah, we know we can
As well.
all hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear it from outside. Any improvement?
No, unfortunately. Okay, members, what they are fixing the gadgets arrangements. I think let's just note the apologies from Honorable Swart, who's outside the country, and Honorable Brayton Park, who's attending JC interviews, and Honorable Matafa, who's in an oversight in the Eastern Cape for the Portfolio Committee on Communications. So those are the apologies that we must note on record. Today we are receiving a briefing from the Public Protector South Africa on annual reports and performance and spending for Q1 and Q2 of 2024-2025 financial year, and forward funding proposals for 2025. So we'll be receiving that. You'll recall, members, that I made an announcement that we are changing this meeting of today to be virtual on the basis that the public protector has been called in a meeting by the president, and therefore that's why we have changed the meeting to be on a virtual platform. Remember, initially it was supposed to be a physical meeting. So we have today the public protector and the office of the Chief Justice. So after I will take the PPSA, then take a break, then take OCJ. You'll see in the notice is written that we're taking the second one at 2. But I think I want to propose to you that that must be dependent. If we finish earlier here, we can take a 30 minutes break, then we start with the second one so that we're able to finish earlier. Fortunately, today there is no sitting of the House. So at least, but let's try to be as minimal as we can and economic as we can in terms of time management. So we'll be receiving now the Public Protector South Africa. I see there are still Committee Secretary. Do we have any other apologies on your table?
Chairperson, no apology. And maybe just to confirm that the OCJ is on standby. As soon as we finish with the public protector, we'll notify them.
That's good then. That's good then. Public Protector.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members.
You are very fine now.
Oh, thank you so much. Our sincerest apologies, and we really apologize for the inconvenience caused. We've been doing a dry run since 8 o'clock this morning, and just as we start, our technology started to give us challenges. We sincerely apologize. Chairperson, I am appearing before the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, which is the portfolio committee to which the Public Protector reports. I am appearing before your good selves, together with the CEO of Public Protector, the COO of Public Protector, the CFO of Public Protector, the executives of Public Protector are also present in the room.
That is fine. PP, you can proceed with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Just as a precede to the presentation that will be delivered by the CEO of Public Protector South Africa, I just want to take this opportunity as the Public Protector to really thank the Portfolio Committee, whom most of the members were in the previous Parliament, who had actually transgressed this particular path with Public Protector South Africa in this unprecedented transition that the institution had found itself into. We have tried the best we can during the reporting year of 2023-2024 to ensure that we implement a smooth transition and consider all stakeholders involved, which are our respondents as the institution of the Public Protector, members of the public, different sectors of our society, and even international partners in really giving confidence of the rebuilding of the Public Protector South Africa. It is without any contradiction that at the beginning, we really inherited an institution which was an institution in crisis, which really required a quick turnaround strategy, considering how it is placed within our constitutional democracy, which is to ensure that we become the vanguards of this constitutional democracy, enforcing accountability, transparency, integrity, and good governance within our country. We had to recognize the season in which we're at as an institution. We could not move forward without a proper diagnosis of how we got into the challenges that we have become, revisit past approaches and methodologies which have actually carried the institution, which has really been able to assist us to come as far as we have come, as we are going to report within this annual report. But also, Chairperson and honorable members, it is noteworthy that as we transgressed into this path, we are an institution in ailment, both structurally and in terms of human capital. It is without any contradiction that I'm able to state that the majority of staff at Public Protector South Africa suffer from severe psycho-emotional distresses. And that is what we needed to navigate with in this past financial year, as we tried to keep the ship afloat, also ensuring that we re-engineer not just our core business, but the governance architecture of this institution to be able to deliver on our mandate and be able to deliver on what is aspired by the people of South Africa when it comes to this institution. In doing so, there are three areas that we looked at. It was the digitalization of this institution, which was going to ensure that we become more effective and impactful as an institution, trying to assist us in the speedy finalization of matters, but at the same time, ensuring our accessibility. However, appreciating the fact that we are a diverse country, not all have access to digitalization. As a result, we had started impactful work to work on the SMS notification of Call Me Back for members of the public who are unable to access smartphones and other forms of internet, but also who do not have the resources to approach the Office of the Public Protector, as we are well aware that from the establishment of this office, it was for this office to be able to be accessible to the have-nots, but also in strengthening our case management system for accuracy of our data and so forth. But in doing so, we had to ensure that we strengthen our learning abilities and capabilities as an institution. As from the organizational development, it became very clear that we were a skill-scarce institution where learning was not a priority. So a lot of work has also been done in that, so that we also strengthen our quality assurance processes in order to instill more integrity into the reports that we are able to issue. Now, in doing all of that, we then required a strategic human resource to ensure that it drives the transformation of this institution. So those are the waters that we had to charter around as an institution, learning and holding each other's hands and moving forward. In that, Honorable Chair, from what will be presented by the CEO, it is clear that the legacy issues continue to stay with us as an institution, and that is what we've also had to navigate with, which is clear from our audit outcomes, and that we have put in some reforms in that, and further reforms are actually being embarked on from all of us as a leadership. But also, Chairperson, we have also improved in respect of our impact. There is no public protector without the implementation of the remedial actions which the public protector takes. We started off 2 years ago with 2% in the assessment of the implementation of the remedial action. We are currently sitting at 29% on the implementation of the remedial action, which for us has been quite a remarkable improvement. However, we strive for further improvement, which will be evident the next time we appear in front of the committee to deliver on our aspirations for the coming 5 years on how we intend on improving on the impact of the public protector. With that said, Chairperson, there's still a lot that needs to be done. However, with the challenges in the budgeting process of the public protector, which is one of the reasons why really we have had to avail ourselves with this meeting with the president and the executive of the country, is to paint a picture of the state of the public protector and how it would look like in the next 5 years should nothing be done in respect of the financing of this institution. I thank you, Chairperson, and that would be the opening remarks. With your permission, may I hand this to the CEO continue with the presentation.
You are coming back with the echo. The PP was fine. You are muted now. CEO, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. CEO? Members, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Chair. Is the CEO that we cannot hear?
Yes. CEO? Committee Secretary, can you conduct them? Because it looks like the CEO is moving there. Committee Secretary?
Yes, Chair, I'm calling them.
Sure. Yeah, you can see the CEO is moving there, moving properly there. But the problem is that she's moving alone.
CEOs. I'm back. You're back. I think you're muted. Chairperson, we sincerely apologize for the technology. I'm not sure whether I should start from the beginning. We really sincerely apologize. I think when they are muted PP, then they muted me as well. Can you hear?
Yes, CEO, we can hear you, and you will have to start from the
But I'm
beginning.
still unmuted.
You had nothing.
I am.
CEO, can you hear me?
Okay. All right. My apologies, Chairperson. As I was saying, we have a program structure of 3 programs, namely administration, investigations, and in complaints and stakeholder management. Administration dealing with our support services, investigation dealing with complaints resolution through investigations, alternative dispute resolution, interventions, and also providing advice to complainants. And then we have a complaints and stakeholder management,
she can't even hear.
customer care, Communication, Stakeholder Management, and International Relations.
CO.
And then as we start the year,
Vanyone,
as I
can
was
you
saying,
hear
we
us?
started with a funded post of 372. The posts that are funded are not the only posts, but the organizational structure of PPSA provides for
Public protector.
562. However, only
PP, can you hear
372
us?
of those posts were actually funded.
CO, can you hear us?
Can you hear me,
CO?
Chairperson?
Yes, we can hear you, but since you have started, you have been on mute. You have been silent. So we have just heard you now on the slide. So the entire slide
So we
have not heard anything. So can you start from the beginning?
Okay.
Yeah,
We
we can
sincerely
hear you.
apologize. Today, Chairperson, technology is not on our side.
That's fine. That's
As
fine.
I was saying, Chairperson, I wish to share with you the program structure of Public Protector South Africa. We have 3 programs structured in this fashion. The first one being administration that provides all support services. And then we have investigations, which is our core business that deals with complaints resolution, investigations, applying alternative dispute resolution interventions, and also providing advice to complainants. Then we have a complaints and stakeholder management branch program, which deals with complaints management, customer service, communication, stakeholder management, and international relations. So our annual performance plan was also structured along the 3 programs. Then to take you through the next one, as an institution, we started with 372 funded posts. However, the 372 posts are part of the 562 posts that are on the organogram of the public protector. However, about 200 of those posts were never funded. That's why we had only 372 that were funded at the beginning of the financial year. And then around June, we received notification from the National Treasury that there will be in-year 10% budget cut. So they informed us that there will be budget cuts across all institutions. So we had to scale down. So the money that we had available was only to cater for 357 posts, which means then from the 357 that we were able to fund, we ended the year then with 335. As you are aware that people come and go, and as people resign, then that post become vacant, and then we have to fill it. So that's why then we close the year with a 6% vacancy rate, the 10% vacancy rate. My apologies. On the other hand, we started the year with an operational budget of 357, which was a transfer that we received through the Department of Justice. And then during the year, then we accumulated 9 million interest because of the cash that was at the bank, and they took our revenue to 367.2 million. And then on the extreme right, the expenditure, we ended the year with 358.7 million rands as our expenditure for the year. So this then was just about the resources that we had as an institution for the year. Taking you to the next program then, which is complaints resolution, which I said it's our core business. This is why we exist as the public protector. We had a caseload of 10,032 matters in the year under review. And then we received 8,266. And then the other 1,766 were matters that were brought forward. So together those numbers make up then the 10,032 matters that we had to deal with during the year under review. Of the 10,000 matters, we were able to finalize 6,205 matters. The 3,378 were finalized on advice and assistance provided to institutions, because sometimes we do not embark on an elaborate investigation. However, we provide advice to complainants as well as institutions in terms of how the complaint can be resolved rather than us starting an investigation. We produced 2,827 investigation reports. So those are formal investigations that we concluded during the year. Of the 10,000 cases, we also had 1,156 matters that we referred to other institutions, and I will explain later why we refer matters to other institutions. And then we carried over 943 to the current financial year. Then the arrow that points down shows the matters that we rejected because they either didn't fall within our jurisdiction, but I will also explain why. So we had the 1,728 matters that were rejected by the institution. So as the previous slide indicates, we completed 6,266 matters. 6,266 matters. And then this constitutes 14% increase from the previous financial year, where we completed 5,366 matters. And all this was possible because of the effective use of the case management system that was developed in the previous year. Because firstly, it enabled institutional and individual performance monitoring. Secondly, it highlighted individual investigators' adherence to service standards, including the turnaround times, which made tracking of matters easy. And it also enabled us then to make the necessary changes as we go along. And it also provided accurate reporting. We've also standardized the work processes to make sure that we all sing from the same book, because you get different people having different way of writing and producing reports. So that had to be standardized to make sure that we are consistent in the manner in which we deal with the investigations or the matters within the institution. And then we reviewed our templates for reports, notices, and settlement agreements, and that enabled us to work faster, because then instead of people wasting time trying to figure out how to structure the report, then the template existed for them to do that. The full implementation as well of the system highlighted the processes that were not effectively managed using the manual process, because it was a very labor intensive with a lot of documents and stuff like that. So the system enabled us now, once we digitized, to make sure that we identify those areas of weaknesses, and all this work was supported by robust quality management processes to make sure that we produce the reports that will address the actual complaint, and that will probably stand public scrutiny and judicial scrutiny. And all this work, all the system and everything enable us to finalize 89% of these matters within the turnaround time. As the chairperson can recall, we have different turnaround times for different categories of matters. So in the previous financial year, we had 82% achievement, but in this year, we increased it to 89%. On the human resources front, some of the interventions, and PP has mentioned some of the interventions that we had to bring in to make sure that we uplift the standard of performance by our employees. First of all, we also provided on-the-job training using the internal quality assurance structures. We provided training through the Justice College and the SIU. We continuously have workshops and information sharing sessions to address the trends and deficiencies that we identified during the investigations. And there was also a special focus on wellness of people, which contributed, because much as we still have people who suffer from mental strain because of the amount of work that we confronted with as an institution. However, we've seen actually that number dropping because people now were also allowed to take leave. We insisted that everybody must take leave so that they can take a break, because that's very important for mental health. And we also put structures in place to make sure that there's involvement of staff in everything that we do, be it planning on a quarterly basis. The public protector meets with staff in a way of encouraging them so that they believe that they belong to this institution and they can provide input to whatever is happening in the institution. I said earlier on, I will come back to the rejections and the referrals. And I said 1,728 of these matters were rejected. And the primary reasons why we reject matters is because first, the complainant probably might not have exhausted the internal remedies with the respondent organ of state, which means then we refer it back to the organ of state so that the organ of state can resolve the matter before they come to us, because the public protector is supposed to be the office of last resort. in some instances, we rejected matters because the matter was reported after the 2 years period that's prescribed by the law, and we couldn't find special circumstances that require us to pursue that matter as the public protector. We also rejected the labor-related matters or the matters that were in court because the Public Protector Act does not allow us to investigate matters that are in court. Then we also had other 1,156 matters that we refer to other bodies and authorities, such as the relevant ombudsman, because we know we have ombudsmen in some institutions. So we want to give them the opportunity to have the first bite so that they can try to resolve the matters. Some were referred to the Public Service Commission because especially the complaints coming from public servants about the personnel processes and practices within the public service, that those fall within the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission. Some of the matters were referred to the Special Investigation Unit, especially where we do not have jurisdiction to investigate certain matters, then we refer to the SIU. And all this was necessary to avoid duplication of efforts because we can't all be investigating, and there is a tendency by some complainants to shop around to look for someone. So they will report the same matter to different institutions and hoping that it will be investigated by different institutions. On the accessibility, part of the section 182 of the Constitution requires our services to be accessible to all communities. So in that regard, we then completed 447 awareness sessions, and this is where we go out to make people aware of our services and to share our processes so that people understand how they can approach us and how they can the complaint lodging processes and all that. We also use 353 outreach clinics to reach out to communities, especially those in rural areas where we do not have a footprint as the public protector. We also had 30 good governance activities, and we also use 94 radio slots to go out and communicate our mandate, communicate our services to the communities. And all that work culminated in the signing of 15 MOUs with community-based organizations. And we said, we also trying to target the youth now, because sometimes the youth have problems, especially those who experience problem with accessing higher education and things like funding for their education. So we are very alive on social media, and we have a following of 440,000. By the end of March, we had 440,000 followers on social media. And why we're doing this work? As I say, we want to enhance the access to our services by rural communities through especially outreach and collaborating with traditional leaders in some instances to make sure that everybody is aware of our services. And for those who cannot lodge the complaints with us, then they can approach their local structures like traditional leaders to assist them to be able to lodge complaints with us. And in the year under review, there was also a special focus on improving accessibility of services by women, the elderly, youth, and people with disabilities. We also had a special focus for survivors of gender-based violence, which was triggered by the investigation and the report on gender-based violence. And as I said, all this culminated in the signing of 15 memoranda of understanding and letters of collaboration with civil society organizations representing these different sectors. This partnership enables us to reach out to individuals and communities who may not necessarily have access to our offices. As an office, we also are a member of the International Ombudsman Institute, IOR, and the African Ombudsman and Mediators Association, commonly known as IOMA. We anchored our transformation agenda of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and rule of law in line with Aspiration 3 of Agenda 2063 of the African Union. And we also facilitated 17 regional and international engagements. We hosted benchmarking visits and bilateral meetings with Burundi, Lesotho, Kenya, and Angola. And all these efforts, working with our partners in the region as well as internationally, link up with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, of the United Nations, particularly SDG 16, which urges the global community to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. The Public Protector also chairs IOC, which is an ombudsman, African Ombudsman Research Center, which provides administration, research, and facilitates training for IOMA member states. And this is situated in the University of KZN, chaired by the Public Protector. And recently, by the way, the Public Protector was appointed as president of IOR Africa region. So these are the international relations. So we're starting to make strides as the Public Protector to influence the transformation agenda, both in Africa and internationally. Just to share with the committee some of the work that we did and how it impacted the lives of ordinary people of South Africa. First of all, we have an elderly man who was waited for long for his outstanding payment of 93,000. With our intervention, he was provided with this much needed financial support. And then we also investigated, and the sewer line was repaired in a place called Silvertown, and people were facing health hazards because of the sewer that was spilling all over. Now that has been minimized as well. We had complainants who could not access their title deeds, and now with our intervention, they are guaranteed ownership of their properties. We also had a number of students who couldn't access their matric certificates for various reasons. Through our intervention, now they have their matric certificates and they can pursue higher education, and they can also seek employment. Now the next segment talks to the institutional performance against the performance plan itself. In the year under review, as can be seen there on the screen, we planned to achieve 9 targets, which was 2 more targets compared to the previous financial year, where we had 7 targets, and this year we had 9 targets. Of the 9 targets, we were able to achieve 7, and then we couldn't achieve 2 only. But when you calculate in percentages, it looks like we have dropped the percentage performance. Actually, it's just the manner in which the percentages are calculated, which sort of, but it's only 2 targets that were not achieved. This I've spoken to the targets achieved. You can pass this one, Benita. And then this is achievement against the outcomes. The first outcome that we had under administration program was a clean audit outcome that we planned to achieve. So we retained the same audit outcome as the previous financial year, which is unqualified audit with findings. And I will explain just now what happened. We also then achieved the implementation of the development of the 3 business modules that we wanted to implement towards the ERP. As the committee might be aware, we are in the process of developing a full suite of ERP system to integrate our systems. So we started because it's developed in phases. So we've developed the first 3 modules towards the development of the complete system. We also continue to maintain, develop, and monitor the business continuity plan in the current financial year. So I want to go back to explaining what happened with the audit outcome, because even last year we received the unqualified audit opinion with findings, so we maintained the same. This was because of the irregular expenditure that comes from the previous financial years. So because the service was procured in the year 2017, 2018, 19, and 2020, I think, the expenditure continues because the service continued to be provided. So the service continued to be provided until 2023 September. So which means the invoices continue to be paid. Even in the current financial year, we're still receiving some invoices from some of the law firms that couldn't send their invoices then. So we continue to pay. So this is not new irregular expenditure. It's old irregular expenditure that comes from the previous financial years. But because of the invoices that we paid in that year, that's why then we can. But the issue that the AG raised that affected our audit was that we could not, as an institution, provide evidence that we had done consequence management, because the irregular expenditure framework issued by the National Treasury requires consequence management to be applied once irregular expenditure has been detected. So we started the process late, not really late, but we were struggling because the irregular expenditure came from prior years, and the people who were involved with the procurement are no more in the institution. So it was a question of going to Treasury to seek clarity from Treasury in terms of how then do we deal with this. So we received feedback from Treasury at the end, towards the end of March. And so that did not leave us sufficient time to actually do consequence management. But all that work has since happened in the current financial year, and we believe that we have closed that chapter by now. And then we go then to performance against the targets relating to our outcome of resolution of complaints, which is about our investigations. This I've already presented, that we've seen an increase in the number of matters that we finalized. We also had 89% adherence to turnaround times. In the previous financial year, we did not achieve anything in 2022-23 with regard to systemic investigation. So there has been an improvement, because although we plan to complete 2 systemic investigations, we were able to at least complete 1 systemic investigation, and the report was in that regard was issued. And why we couldn't complete, maybe if I can explain why we didn't achieve that 1 target on systemic investigation, is that this was a very big project. And the process that we are adopting now is to canvass the remedial action with the respondents, because we realize that rushing into issuing a report without canvassing remedial action doesn't help you, because you have remedial action that's either not implementable or that people do not buy in. So we spent some time consulting with the different stakeholders that were involved in that investigation to canvass the remedial action, because it was really necessary for us to do it. And the public protector has already mentioned that we've seen an increase in the implementation of remedial action from 2% to 29% in 2023-24. That's one of the results of these interactions with the people during the investigation, before we even finalize the investigation. And we've seen actually some of the investigations, we still haven't issued the reports, we're still finalizing the investigations. However, the implementation has started, like the NSPAS has started implementing some of our recommendations, some of our remedial action before we even issue the report. So it does have to engage with the stakeholders so that they understand where you're coming from, and they can also have a say in terms of how then the injustices should be corrected. So those were basically the reasons why we couldn't finalize it, but we subsequently finalized this report, and the report was issued, the report was issued in October 2023, just a few months after year end. And with regard to the stakeholder engagement, stakeholder management, to ensure accessibility of our services, as I said, 354 public awareness sessions were held, which was more than what we achieved in the previous financial year. We had the normal 1 good governance week, and we had 15 collaborations signed, which is very encouraging, because we want to engage people. We want people to collaborate with us, because we want everybody to have access to our services. And we took some time to reflect as an institution in terms of what went wrong, especially that affected our audit outcome. And we identified some areas of improvement that we needed to do. To improve our audit outcome, we've put a plan together, an audit action plan together, that we continue to implement to correct all the deficiencies that we picked up, not only by the AG, but also by our own internal audit. And on the that relates to the audit outcome. On the administration side, we identified a few internal control deficiencies, in addition to those that were identified by the AG, and we continue to implement remedial corrective action. We are enhancing our governance structures to make sure that they are effective and they serve as an early warning for us, so that we can correct before the audit starts. So as PP indicated, that the focus has been on improving good governance. So we believe the governance structures play a very critical role within PPSA, and that's why we're making an effort now to review the terms of reference, to strengthen them, and in some instances to make sure that we send people for training to know how to serve on those governance structures. And the complaints handling side, we are introducing total quality assurance so that our investigators understand that the quality assurance is not that shouldn't happen at the tail end, but quality assurance starts even with the allegations letter that you send, starts with the assessment, with the screening of that matter, to make sure that only matters that should be investigated by the public protector are accepted by the public protector. Because the challenge that we've experienced is that previously there were matters that were accepted by the office. Now we realize that we cannot actually investigate those matters because either they were already beyond 2 years, or for other reasons, we cannot investigate them. So we find ourselves spending time actually having to analyze and saying, how do we refer them? How do we deal with those matters? As PP could have indicated, we've received CARA funds. So we'll be building capacity through the use of CARA funds. We'll be appointing a panel of experts to come and work with our teams. So they'll team up with our teams in some instances so that they can share the skill. But we'll also use this the CARA funds to get the experts to help us with complex investigations that we couldn't finalize, because there are investigations that date back probably to 2020 that we haven't finalized because of the expertise that are required. And with the budget cuts, it was not possible for us to get consultants to come in and help us. So all this work that we're doing internally by ourselves. We haven't, for the last 3 years, since I joined PPSA, we've never used consultants. All the work is done internally. So that's why we want to build our own capacity for our staff. So even the panel that we bring in, we want them to transfer the skill because we want the skill to stay in the institution as the panel leaves. Next. On the governance and human resources, Chairperson, we continue to maintain a fully functional audit committee, which is very useful in providing guidance and serving as a soundboard for us as management. We meet with them quarterly to give us feedback in terms of how they view the systems, the internal controls that we have, risk management, as well as governance processes. We also have a risk management committee, which is chaired by an external person who also then serves as an ex officio of the audit committee. Over and above that, we've established an ethics committee with clear terms of reference, and we also have a fraud prevention, anti-corruption and fraud prevention plan, because we want to make sure that we keep a clean institution. So our people are continuously trained on the expected behavior because we want them to do their work with integrity as required by the law, because we're supposed to be independent, impartial, and provide the service without fear or favor. And we can only do that if we are ethical. On the other side, we have an effective internal audit that reports functionally to the audit committee that continues to do an assessment of the adequacy and effectiveness of our systems, internal control systems, and provide recommendations to us from time to time. And as I said, we have various governance structures that we're strengthening now, because some of these structures are actually a requirement by law, like your occupational health and safety, your security committees. So we have those structures and we want to strengthen them so that all of them should always be on the lookout for deficiencies in our internal control system so that we can continuously improve. On the human resource front, I've sort of covered this slide earlier on, that we have a staff establishment of 562, but only 372 posts were filled, were funded. And then because of the budget cut, we had to scale down to 357 posts, which is not ideal considering the work that we're supposed to do. So that plus minus 200 remain unfunded. And as well on the human, we seem to have decreased the number of labor matters because we only have 3 cases. We had 3 cases, disciplinary cases within the entire institution. And we, as I said, we encourage people to take leave. And the leave utilization was at 78% as at the end of the reporting period. But though some people took their previous year's leave between between April and June, because that's allowed by law. Everybody has their performance agreement signed because we want to make sure that everybody understands why they are here and what are the expected deliverables and the expected level of performance. We're doing very well, probably too well in terms of employment equity, though we have overrepresentation of African women at top management level, which is 62%. So we are working on that to see, as you can see, the CEO, the PP, the COO are all women. So probably there's overrepresentation because we're sitting at 62% in that front. People with disabilities, we've improved. Last year, we had one person with a disability. Now we've improved. We have 3 people now with disabilities within the institution. I'm quickly going to take you through the financial report, and then I'll ask the CFO later to take you through the quarterly report. Basically, I've covered this, but just suffice to say that the transfer from DOG was 357.3 million. And then we also received 13 million, which was a service in kind from the Department of Public Works, because they are paying for accommodation for this building and our office in Nelspruit. So we didn't have to spend money to pay accommodation because it was paid for by Public Works. And then we also received other, recovery from legal fees where we're supposed to recover. That amounted, all the other recoveries amounted to 14 million rands. And then on the expenditure side, we ended, as I said, with 358.8 million. And then that gives us then 25.6 million surplus for the year. And I'll explain how we came to the surplus. The current, our assets were standing at 140.2 million and our liabilities 55.7 million, which means we continue to be a going concern because our assets far outweigh our liabilities. And then all in all, throughout the year, we accumulated surplus expenditure of 84.5 million. And I just want to pause there and explain how we accumulated this expenditure, because if one looks at it, it might look like we accumulated 84 million expenditure in 1 year. This expenditure started by 2018, the office was basically bankrupt. So they had to get a bailout, the office had to get a bailout from the Department of Justice. Then the Department of Justice gave a bailout. So from the bailout of 15 million in that year, there was a surplus that stayed behind. Then 2019, there was another bailout of 16 million. And then there was money that couldn't be spent. Every year there's money. It rose to 21 million in 2020, 31 million in 2021, and 20 million in 2023. That was the last time we received the bailout. The challenge with the bailout is that it comes normally towards the end of the year. Now, it doesn't give us sufficient time to spend it, because normally you would spend money because you want to procure goods and services. And to procure goods and services, you have to go through a procurement process. Now, if you receive money in January, basically you have February and up to the end of March, because normally the books close, the tender stop being issued around March 15th. So you have 1.5 months to issue tenders and finalize the process. And that doesn't give us sufficient time then to finalize the processes. And that has been the reason then that every year, and then the process is that because we are on accrual accounting, you cannot commit this money. You cannot request a rollover because as a constitutional institution, we do not qualify for rollovers. So we can't roll over money to the next financial year. So we have to declare it and surrender it to Treasury and ask for retention thereof. Then the retention is normally approved around August, September. Again, it's late because then you have to start the process. But now we've decided that we must be wiser. We need to start and be ready and put all the processes in place and only stop short of advertising. But the terms of reference and everything must be ready. By the time we get that letter from Treasury that says approved, then you continue to procure the services. And why we cannot use the surplus fund The surplus funds are meant for capital expenditure. You cannot use them to augment your baseline. They are meant for specific items, and you can only use them for that item. So you cannot say, I will increase my baseline and appoint staff using the surplus fund, because the law doesn't allow for that. So that's why we find ourselves with this 84.5 million. However, Treasury has given us approval and we have started in earnest. Fortunately, when we ended the year, we had started some of the procurement processes, like the procurement of the ERP solution, which is going to cost a lot of millions. So when Treasury gave us approval about a month ago, we're able then to continue then with that process, with the procurement process, because we had requested the extension of the validity of those tenders. So it wasn't a question of going back to start the process forward, but we had to continue where we left off in the previous financial year. So I've explained this. Yeah. Now I want to share the irregular expenditure. As I said earlier on, the irregular expenditure for this year was 5.8 million as opposed to 18.9 million of the previous financial year. And the 5.8 million still comes from those invoices from the services that were procured some years ago. So we're comfortable that we are decreasing our irregular expenditure, because it seems as if we're getting the last invoices now from the remnants of the irregular expenditure procurement, of the irregular procurement. So we're getting the last ones. So we should see then the irregular expenditure going further down, even from 5.8 for this 5.8. Our concern right now is the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which continues to increase. And this is primarily because of our employees losing laptops, cell phones, and all that. But to counter against this, we've changed the policy, we've amended the policy, and we don't give people cell phones anymore. They are allowed, employees are allowed to take out their own contracts, and we reimburse them for the use of their telephones for official purposes. Because as we say, public protector, we have too much work. So there's no way you cannot have your people with cell phones, because sometimes over the weekend they have to connect to meetings because of the workload that we confronted with. So we've changed the policy now to try and curb this. And as I said, we need to strengthen those governance structures that must deal with this so that we can clear the irregular expenditure. But for now, it's still a bit of a concern for us. I think I've already spoken to the audit outcome to say that the issue was that we didn't do consequence management, but it's a process that we've since corrected. And then Treasury has already allowed us to remove the irregular expenditure from our irregular expenditure register. So which means it won't appear in our financial statement for this financial year. Chairperson, I think that concludes the annual report part. I'm not sure whether we should continue to the performance information for the first and the second quarter performance information.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, may I hand over to the CFO to take us through the performance report? Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Can you hear me?
Speak.
Looks like the echo is back, CFO.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and
Yes.
good morning to honorable members. My name is Mfundo Mdingi. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. I thank you for the opportunity to present the Q1 performance report. The CEO has referred to the 3 programs. In the Q1, we achieved achieved all the targets in 2 of those programs, same as in Q2. So in Q1, we didn't achieve on program 2. And then in Q3, we didn't.
You got cut, CFO.
My apologies, Honorable Chair. In Q1, we didn't achieve all the targets in program 2, which is investigations. And in Q3, we didn't achieve all the targets in program 1. Overall, we've achieved 84% in both quarters. When it comes to the financial results, in quarter 1 plus the 2 months, revenue is in line. We received what we budgeted for. Interest, we received slightly more than what we budgeted for, about 800,000 more. And then there's other income that we do not budget for, where we've received 600,000. That income is things that are not part of our normal operation, so we don't budget for them. In terms of staff costs, the CEO has alluded to the plans that we put in place when we heard of the impending budget cuts, where we froze some positions. And then this has impacted the recruitment. Hence, we have not spent the budget that we've put aside for that period. But there's progress in place to fill some of the positions. In terms of goods and services, we've spent according to the budget. So for the quarter and the 2 months, we've achieved, or we recorded operating or accounting surplus of 5 million. In terms of the pending proposal for the 2025 MTEF period, in the previous financial year, the reporting period, mid-year or in-year, we received a notification that there would be in-year budget cut, as the CEO alluded to that. It didn't happen, but in the 24-25 financial year, that's when 37 million budget was cut was implemented. According to the MTEF data, 40 million and another 41 is supposed to be cut in the next financial year. In this regard, we met with the minister and requested them to reverse the budget cuts that happened in the current financial year and the impending ones. And then National Treasury undertook that they will look at our request in the midterm or adjustment budget period. And then there's also proposal that the budget cut that is set to kick in next year will be reversed. So our proposal is for the reversal of the 37 million during the adjustment budget period in the current financial year, and also the reversal of any impending further budget cuts. And then the CEO has alluded to the 572 positions that are in our organogram, where we have only 372 funded. So we propose that progressively, the critical positions that are not funded, we get funding for those. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO. Was that the last presenter? You are muted, PP.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. That is the presentation from Public Protector South Africa. Over to you.
Thank you very much, PP, the Public Protector South Africa CEO, and the Public Protector South Africa CFO. Members, that is the long and short of the annual report of the Office of the Public Protector. Performance and spending for quarter 1, quarter 2, and proposals for forward funding. Can we, by the show of hands, indirect and interrogate the report? Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chairperson. Must I go or are you still calling?
No, wait. I'm still noting. Honorable Zotetsi. Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Mkhwebane. In that order, Honorable Glover, you can start.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are.
Thank you, Chairperson. We as a committee note that the clean audit wasn't achieved. And even though it was a target that was set, we received unqualified audits, and we just need to do more to make sure that we can actually achieve these clean audits in the future. We took note of the regular expenditure of 5.8 million. But what is concerning is that the 5.8 million was spent irregularly, and it is a decrease from the previous year. However, no consequence management was taken, as it was alluded to people have resigned and so forth, these individuals. I just would like to query, are these people being tracked, these individuals being tracked in terms of their employment in the public sector? Are they employed in a different sector or a different department or in a different sphere? I think it's quite important just to understand that concept. The CEO mentioned a lot of people are losing cell phones, etc. I would just like to query, is there insurance on this? And I do understand that the policy has now since been changed, but do we have insurance to mitigate those costs? Because that is one of the things that added to the expenditure, as I understand correctly. Chairperson, of the 335 posts was filled out of the 357 funded posts. And, you know, we are facing a unemployment rate, which is at an all-time high. I would just like to understand, you know, that some people may have been left and resigned, but have we really taken all possible steps as a department to actually try and fill these posts? And if we have, or, you know, what are the other challenges that we may be facing, you know, as a committee, so that we understand the situation? The public protector spent 2.72 million on emergency office space in the fiscal year mentioned. I'd just like to understand what was the emergencies that led to this procurement. We're in a country's got a fiscal downturn. Is there any other offices that could have been leased? And did the department approach the Department of Public Works thoroughly and to search for a cost-effective offices? Chairperson, at the time, I would like to query the report on safety health that the PPSA mentioned that was facing the offices. And they were looking for alternative offices in various places in the Eastern Cape, Free State, and KwaZulu-Natal. Did they also try to source alternative offices there, and are they still facing any safety and health hazards that the committee should be aware of? I would like to commend the public protector on the call back service that they introduced. I just want to find out, has the rollout begun? Has it been successful? Particularly in our very poor areas that you know, people might not have access to these features or airtime and so forth to be able to make these calls. I think it's a brilliant initiative. I'd just like to find out also, you know, with the finalization from year to year was a decrease. 2021, 4,500 approximately. 22-23 it fell to 3,189. 22-23 fell to 2,766. And if I understand correctly, 23, 2,666. This is quite a noticeable drop. I just want to find out what is the causes from the year-to-year decline, and is there anything in place to remedy it? And then lastly, that we're speaking of the representation. I would just like to find out specifically the representation of 2% for people with disabilities. It's set extremely low. Would the department consider increasing this number at any point? And yes, Chair, I'm going to keep it short. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, can I plead with you that we prioritize having our videos on because we are streamed live, so it is quite very important for even the public to see us. I think it is only on the extreme signal problems where our videos we switch them off. Honorable Tsotedzi. Honorable Tsotedzi. Honorable Tsotedzi. Okay. Committee Secretary, can you check what's happening with Honorable Tsotedzi? Let's take Honorable Nomvalo now. Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee. It looks like you want to say something, Chair.
No,
Can I
you were cutting in the beginning, but you are fine now.
Oh, am I audible now?
Yes, you are. You are.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair. We note the report that has been tendered by the Office of the Public Protector. Well, the first point that I would like to canvass relates to a finding which was made by the Auditor General in the annual report for 2023, that out of 257 municipalities in South Africa, only 34 municipalities achieved clean audits. So I just want to check with the Office of the Public Protector that in that regard, is there no remedy or intervention in terms of powers that are vested in them by Section 182 of the Constitution? Is there no remedy that they can take in terms of investigating this demise? Because here we're talking about the taxpayers' money, so it can't be business as usual. Because the Constitution empowers, the public protector to make investigations in all spheres of government. And I think in a situation or in a quagmire like this, they don't have to wait for complaints to be laid, but with a desire to protect the taxpayers' money and subsequently human rights and the public purse, they can initiate an investigation with a view of ascertaining the root causes and with a view of dismantling such root causes so that demise is not going to be perpetuated. And then the point that I wanted to begin with, Chair, which is now coming into my mind, one is that I think we must place it on record that we don't take lightly the fact that the Portfolio Committee scheduled this meeting a long time ago. And then we're told that there won't be a physical meeting with the public protector because she has been called by the president. So we don't take that lightly. I don't understand what is it that is so important more than what is being done here. Because it's not just an ordinary meeting, but an annual report is being tabled. So that is the most important meeting. And you know that a physical meeting cannot be as effective as, a visual meeting cannot be as effective as a physical meeting. We have experienced some technical glitches when we started here. So that was an indication that there are inherent problems, in a visual meeting. So we just want to register our deepest discontent on what has been done by the president to call the public protector, while the public protector is supposed to come to this committee and tender her annual report. So that is a concern, and we're not taking that lightly, and we'll take it forward because we don't want this thing to be done in future. Because we'll have a meeting with another, institution, important institution, like the People's Office in future. And we're told that, no, they have been called by the president. The president is not more important than parliament. I think we enjoy equal status. So we shouldn't be treated like we are the subordinates of the president. Then the third issue that I want to raise is that the CEO, when he talks about irregular expenditure, she attributed everything which led to such to the previous administrations. Maybe that can be, understandable, but I just need more clarity that are there no instances during I just need confirmation, in fact, not clarity, just confirmation that under the year review, under the year that is under review, are there no instances which have led to an irregular expenditure? Because in relation to irregular expenditure, the impression I got is that the year under review is a paragon of virtue. So there's absolutely nothing which has contributed to irregular expenditure. While I'm still there, Chair, on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because my legal understanding is that, irregular expenditure happens as a result of irregular appointments. And then with regards to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there's no value for money. The money has been spent in vain, so there's no value. So it cannot be an issue whose explanation is very slim, because to just say people, were losing their cell phones, I mean, we're talking about the taxpayers' money here, and we're talking about billions. So is the loss of cell phones the only reason for this wasteful and fruitless expenditure? Are there no any other reasons? And even if it's the only reasons, is there any consequence management that has been espoused by the PP to ensure that these, whoever is on the wrong side face, harsh repercussions so that we don't face similar incidents in future? But I'm not convinced that the loss of cell phones can can reach, this loss. We're talking about a lot of money here. So I would like the COO to give a broad explanation in this regard of, in this subject of wasteful and fruitless expenditure. I would like her to be thorough, because with the explanation she has given, I'm really not convinced. And then my expectation, Chair, was that when the Public Protector's Office reports on the complaints or on investigation as their core business, they are going to categorize their investigations in terms of provinces and spheres of government, so that to enable the committee to know hotspot areas, because this report helps us. We're not just here to receive a report and fold our arms. When we do our constituency work as well, we want to attend to these issues. We want to raise them, in Parliament. We want to raise them to, different government authorities. So to enable us to know exactly the exact hotspot which require our swift intervention. I think it's important that we are taken through and we are given a detailed report in terms of provinces to say on the complaints that we received, in the complaints that we received, we received a certain percentage, maybe from government departments, and here are the departments, and from this province, and this is the most, affected province, and so on and so forth. So that was my expectation, because here we're not going to be impressed by a colorful, report. What we are concerned about is the content, because the content of the report is going to give us, a direction of how we can respond now in our capacity as member of parliament to some of the challenges that are confronting the people of South Africa. And I think it's important that there must be some collaboration, even though I've got a great unease, which I'm not going to express here, with how the Human Rights Commission operates. I think that will be ventilated during our meeting with them. But I think as a way of preventing some problems, at a grassroots level, there must be some collaboration when you are doing these educational programs in communities and so on. Because, some people do not know that they have constitutional rights, to lodge complaints. And some do not know when their constitutional rights are being violated. And I think at the center of your educational programs, what must be done is to explain the complaint lodgement process. And I would like the CEO to explain the complaint lodgement process. I'm asking because, in my view, we need to simplify it. Well, I've never taken my time to view it and see how it's done when members of the public are lodging complaints, to the Office of the Public Protector. But my view is that it needs to be user friendly. It does not need, to cause, an impression to an ordinary person that they will need an expert to lodge a complaint when they have a complaint. It must be as simple as possible. So I'm just canvassing in this meeting that when you do educational programs, I think at the center of what you are doing is to explain thorough the complaint lodgement process. And I would like to, the public protector to take us through on how complaints are raised, because I want to have an input in that regard, so that you will achieve in an actual practical sense accessibility by members of the public to the Office of the Public Protector. And then with regards to the legal firms which were procured, are there no legal firms which have been procured under the year which is under review? Are you only working with those that are causing these irregular expenditures? Are there no any other legal firms that we have procured? And in terms of, color, background, and so on, may you give us statistics of the legal firms that you work with? How many legal firms are owned by Black people? How many are owned by young people? And how many are owned by the disabled? I think we have an interest of getting that information. And then with regards to the implementation of remedial actions, there seems to be a very slow progress. You moved from 2%, like it has been said by the PP, to 20 something. I'm not sure of the exact figure. but I think she said 26 or what also. So even that 26, I think to me is not a
29.
milestone. 29.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. To 29, but even that 29% is not a milestone, that is worth celebrating. There's work that needs to be done because the public protector is not just an academic institution. It has, constitutional powers to investigate, and it must be respected. So if the remedial actions are not implemented, it means there is no respect. People are not respecting it. And they are not giving it the level of respect and cooperation that it deserves. Now, what is the problem here? Well, why are we facing this problem of non-compliance and lack of cooperation? And do you give timeframes? Do you attach timeframes for implementations to say within this period, these remedial actions must have been, implemented? And if they pass that time frame without implementation, what recourse do you have? And do you make use of that recourse? And another question which I have is, do you have any litigation against you at the moment? And if you have, what kind of litigation do you have? Do you have any applications, summons, which have been instituted against the Office of the Public Protector? And if so, how are you responding to them? And then I think there's one point which I'm forgetting, Chair, but if I remember it, I would request to come back. For now, let me pause here.
When you remember it, you can write it to me.
No, Chair, I will raise
members,
it.
I think it's important that I refresh the memory of the committee members that the decision to hold this meeting in this form of virtual was neither a dictate of the public protector nor that of the president. Even if they would have tried to dictate that, they would not have won. We have done this. Remember, I said this in the last two portfolio committee meetings. The actual purpose that led us to this form is actually on the basis of the gravity of the meeting the public protector ought to attend, which with the president and the Minister of Finance, which speaks about the funding of public protector South Africa. So what led us to this form of the meeting is actually the gravity of the meeting they are supposed to attend, so that they don't come back to us every now and then complaining about funding when they've been given a slot to pursue their funding issues. Is Honorable Tsotetsi back?
Am I audible, Chair?
Oh, yes, you are. You are.
I've been struggling to unmute myself here. I don't know why. So must I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed and you can make your video on if you can. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have just three issues to raise. I think what is of concern, Chair, and what has always been of concern is that this Chapter 9 institutions I think they have a common or similar problem in that how they've always operated, they've made themselves much more available to those who otherwise are able to access justice by themselves. I mean, for instance, common knowledge, South Africans started to know much about the public protector when they were beginning to pursue cases that involved high-profile politicians in the past. Many people can seldomly tell you who was public protector before the public protector who pursued the case against Zuma. And that has to do with their communication strategy, which brings me to my point that in terms of your own communication, I've seen that, I think Honorable Klopp also mentioned it, that you have attempted to bring additional means to ensure that you are accessible. But remember, if in my view, the people who need this office is even more are the people who feel left out in the entire course of the democratic dispensation and justice. Most of them would not have access to even cell phones. Most of them, even the internet is even worse. Do we have sufficient publication? Where exactly do we, or the public can access the offices of the public protector? And then what are the protocols of raising matters with the office of the public protector? And what are the issues that the public can be able to raise with the office of the public protector? Now, this has to do with your own communication strategy. I sit in another committee, and then the major problem there, which other institutions are raising, is lack of sufficient funding to fund their own communication strategy. The problem with that is that it disadvantages the ordinary people from accessing all these interventions of government, which would then support democracy. So I think you may want to dwell deep into that to say, how do you carry, or what kind of campaigns do you carry to ensure that the people have access to the office, and then they are aware what are the services that the office can then provide to them in the main, so that you don't also end up having to defer issues that
Honorable Zotets, it looks like we're losing you again.
I don't know what happened, Chair.
Yes, you are back now.
Oh, okay. So I was saying that will also assist us, or the Office of the Public Protector, to ensure that they don't have to deal with a problem of having to defer other. That would enable the public to know what are the issues that they must be able to take to the Public Protector. I would like to comment on that.
I think just switch off your video, because at some point you cut for a second. So just switch off the video and proceed for better coverage.
Honorable Chair?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm saying I would like to have, I'd like a comment on that. But also the public protector does not exist to protect the public from the public sector. I think there are many instances which the people might want to engage with the Office of the Public Protector on. That is, if they know that they can bring in the Office of the Public Protector in this regard. An example here, I will just narrate a story which has been brought into my attention. Now, in the area called Ottosdal, there is a farmer whose farm is just lying next to the road belonging to a provincial government. Of course, the area is in the farmland, so there wouldn't be a lighting system to support visibility in the road and so forth. Now, this farmer has dug up a hole right through the road, not through the road, next to the road. And then on what meets the eye, the man is not at fault because he has dug up the road in what is otherwise the land that which belongs to him. But as a consequence, a lot of accidents happens and resulting into the death of members of the public when they move out of the road or just lose control. There's many cases reported of cars having fell into that road and people having passed on. Now, this is a community which doesn't know that they can otherwise bring the matter into the office of the public protector. But also as a second question, is that the kind of matter which the public protector can be able to carry? Because it involves a person having dug up the road in his own farm, but by extension, then it affects the public who are now outside of his farm using public road. It's for this reason that I'm saying a lot more of emphasis has to be put on the fact that the public protector doesn't exist to protect the people against the public office. I mean, public sector, but also in areas which involve the private sector. And then, how much more have we stretched ourselves in making the people to understand this as a fact, and how can the office, in terms of its mandate, assist the public in as far as the scenario which I've just articulated. The last issue, Chair, is that we have learned that you have not been approved to utilize the National Archives for your file plan. That came out just as a brief, and then there isn't any reasons attached to say why is that the case, why are you not approved? Now you indicate that you will also be continuously engaging. You'll continue to engage the National Archives in this engagement that you're going to take on with the National Archives, or that you're busy taking on with the National Archives. What is it that you are bringing differently that can maybe persuade the change of attitude that may result in you being approved? And what are the dangers to the South African democracy that might result as a result of non-approval in this regard? I think, Chair, let me pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tsotetsi. Advocate Mkhwebane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to open my camera where I am. Okay. Chairperson, I'm also very much disappointed in, I would say in you, Chairperson, because as a committee, we received the program, and the program was saying we will meet with the OCJ first before we meet with the public protector. And now when all of a sudden things are changing, we are not engaged as a committee. And I'm also very much disappointed that we allow this to go ahead. Yes, we are explaining what transpired, that the President and the Minister of Finance are meeting the Public Protector to do that. Firstly, the President and the Minister of Finance are also accountable to Parliament. We cannot have a tail wagging the dog and controlling how we should be doing our work as Parliament. Secondly, budget is the domain of a Parliament. I've raised this several times. This is solely the issue which rests with the National Treasury, with Parliament, not National Treasury. So it sits with Parliament and politicians. So members of Parliament are the ones who have the right to reject Treasury's proposed budget cuts, because that's where we should be doing as Parliament and this committee to say to Minister of Finance, you cannot be subjecting these Chapter 9 institutions like these or departments which are falling under us. So the money bill is very clear, because it just detailed how the processes and procedures Parliament can follow to reject and amend proposed budgets. So it's within our policy, in fact, the political and policy issue falls squarely within us. Therefore, we cannot just be told to change willy-nilly our program and be told that the Public Protector is meeting the President and therefore our meeting have to change just like that. I mean, then it means, and she doesn't report, the Public Protector doesn't report to the President, they report to Parliament. So my questions are as follows. Firstly, what is the Public Protector's, current Public Protector's vision? Because the previous Public Protector, I had Vision 2023 with 7 pillars, which they are still operating under. What are her visionary or her document which they will be saying, this is her vision for the next 7 years? The institution has a standard operating procedure, because now they speak with quality as if there was no quality work before. There's a standard operating procedure which deals with quality assurance. There used to be meetings of dashboard and meetings with staff, investigators on the job training, taking them through and demanding from them their project plans on how the investigations will be done and the compliance to service standards. Have you issued the first letter? Have you followed up? Have you then dealt with the issue of a subpoena? Because that's within the Public Protector's mandate. So that needs to be very clear. The issue of the institution having failed to conduct a systemic investigation, because they budgeted for, or they said they'll be doing 2, but they only did 1. Why is that the case? Because that's where, if you, the previous Vision 2023 was saying, then if we empower institutions to have their own complaints unit, we make sure that people are their own protectors, then this institution must focus on investigating systemic challenges in the system. And the other issue which I am picking up is that they speak about access, which is indeed is the section 182 of the Constitution, that the institution must be accessible. Yes, there's a callback which they've introduced. There was a PPSA app where you can enter, check for yourself. Instead of approaching the Public Protector, you know where you can take your matter. What happened to that app? And also there were arrangements with traditional leaders to have drop boxes where people in deep rural areas, they can lodge their complaints through that particular process. What happened to that particular issue? The SIU, I see a lot of matters are referred to SIU, others are labor matters and all those. The SIU doesn't have binding nature. They investigate maladministration, yes, but their recommendations are not binding. Then you failing the public because you refer the matter to SIU. SIU will investigate, but then what happens thereafter? Because you'd find that if there's maladministration, that's where the Public Protector comes in to make sure that they do systemic investigation and they stop whatever is transpiring. I think Honorable Nombalo was asking about what process is followed to investigate, which I think was supposed to be the presentation, just to take the members, because a lot of them are new members in this, but by doing that as well, you are empowering the public about the mandate of the institution. So the Public Protector's remedial action, Honorable Nombalo and other honorable members, if you read the Constitutional Court judgment, EFF versus the Speaker, about the Nkandla matter, it's very clear what a remedy is intending to do in terms of the Constitution, because the Public Protector issue a remedy, and that remedy must then uproot the maladministration, be a preventative measure for future corruption. So the issue of then referring matters to the SIU, who doesn't have a binding nature like the Public Protector, is questionable. And the issue of telling people that they have not, or the matter is 2 years old, the Public Protector Act gives the Public Protector discretion to check that. Our people, some of them, they might be failed by the system. They've knocked on all the doors, but they are failed by the system. When they come to the Public Protector, who should be protecting them, will still then refer them back or reject to accept their application. What are we doing then? Because it means if you are not using the Section 6(9) discretion, which I know the courts, in my case, they had to find, because of investigating anyway, the untouchables were in the Public Protector, Godan versus Public Protector, they said, no, I cannot exercise that particular discretion. And there was a process which was introduced in the office to say, okay, when you are triaging the matter, how do you make sure that the person will be assisted in a manner which is very much possible? But if then you are scared to do this because fearing to be taken in court, the Public Protector must do their work without fear or favor. Then coming back to the issue of international engagements, which I think it should be an engagement which is there, which has been there anyway, because the previous Public Protector was the president of the African Ombudsman and Mediators Association. But then I think we need to have a lot of stakeholders or engagement with our the current institutions which are there. We have a forum of Chapter 9 institutions, and even, in fact, constitutional institutions, where they should be putting a lot of emphasis on how to deal with issues of forum shopping and where people can be lodging the complaints. And then the other issue is it's concerning that the Public Protector, in her opening, she speaks about 48 million, which is received from CARA, whereas the CEO, in her opening, she speaks about 49 million, a glaring 1 million mistake. That's very concerning. It's disappointing, actually, to have such document which is brought before us with such glaring mistake of 1 million extra. And the issue of the Section 194 inquiry, which is always being repeated. Again, I think the public is aware that that office used to be operational, used to get 3 clean audits. It's disappointing that the AG, in the past 3 years, they've been aware of the panel of attorneys, the utilization of the panel, and the fact that one attorney is utilized, then come and penalize the office. It's something which I questioned with the AG, because also it's questioning their credibility in having this finding. And when you speak about consequence management, out of that, the very same CEO was the CEO during the process. So she's the accounting officer who should also account herself on how the expenditure of the monies which were expended. She was supposed to introduce changes if there was a problem as far as that is concerned. And then there was also the issue of labor-related matters which they are not investigating and referring people. The Public Protector has investigation or a mandate to investigate improper conduct across state institutions. So you might have a challenge with CCMA failing you. The Public Protector can investigate that maladministration there, issue a report, improve the delays which people are facing at the CCMA if the matter is relating to that, or abuse of power by CCMA officials and stuff like that. Then there is an issue of the accommodation of the public protector, the previous public protector, due to security threat on the life of the public protector. But that one, apparently they consulted with the Treasury, and this current CEO signed the lease for that. Now, okay, they are claiming the money from me, which I will also have to take all the lease, every approval, every security clearance issues to the Auditor General to check what, for them to come to that conclusion of being told that this is the responsibility of the executive authority. What about the consequence management against the accounting officer? The current accounting officer, well, the letter was written to the AG about her utilizing of the previous public protector's car and getting security using the state resources. I mean, as an SMS, there are guidelines on how you can be utilizing that, whether there's a policy which allows you to do that, whether there's a security threat assessment. But then even if that's the case, why are you not utilizing your car? Because you are an SMS member, and the policy is very clear as far as that is concerned. So, Chairperson, those are my queries and questions which I need to raise out there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhwebane. Community Secretary, can you remind me, remember Honorable Manyi once came to us and briefed that he is an alternate to the committee. Has that been 80 seat?
Yes, Chair. I think he has been 80 seat as an alternate member.
Okay, that's fine then. That's fine. Honorable Manyi?
Yes,
No,
Chair,
no.
yeah.
No, it was, even if you are not 80 seat, you are going to participate as the rules allow. But I'm just reminded by the fact that you are here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. No stress. Chairperson, yeah, I think I've been covered by most of the questions, so I'm going to be short. And my questions are just going to relate largely to governance. I must express that I'm actually somewhat disappointed that the record of a clean audit has been dropped. We are now sort of standardizing on unqualified audit. I think for me, it's a bit of a letdown. So I'm going to focus just on that because I want us to get back to a clean audit. So just a couple of questions. I'm just not convinced with the reason given for the not acquiring clean audit. And the reason given is this perennial servicing of the irregular expenditure. So I just want to just drill down a little bit on that. Can I just get a clear answer as to, in this, let me open the video, Chair. Sorry, you had asked for this. Okay, in this irregular expenditure that has been incurred over the period, is the CEO saying that there hasn't been value derived from this? Well, what is the story? There was usually you get this irregular expenditure, but you can have irregular expenditure, but you can still derive value. Can I just get a pronouncement on whether this irregular expenditure, was there any value derived at all, yes or no, on this irregular expenditure? And if there is no value being derived in this regular expenditure, I just want to just check as to how then is the accounting treatment of this? Why do we continue to pay? Why did it not fall into fruitless and wasteful expenditure then if there's no value derived? And if there's value derived in this expenditure, I'm struggling to see how just this one item can cause the whole finances, the whole report to be disqualified. And in order just to get clearance on this, and I'll be fair to the committee because I want to spring things up on people, just to make sure that I get what I'm looking for, Chairperson. I'm going to ask that the Office of the Public Protector must please make a submission to this committee on the following items, because my understanding of a clean audit, it takes quite a few things, and I'm going to list some of the headings here, And I don't expect them to come up with immediate answers right now, but I will want to ask them to make a submission on the following items. One, issues with the compliance with legislation. That's the one topic. The next one, issues with the financial reporting. And they can look into the Auditor General's report on this, but I'm trying to see exactly what is the what is the standpoint, what is the position on these matters. So one is compliance with legislation, two is the issues of the financial reporting, three are the issues of internal controls, four is the issue of ethical leadership, five, issue of asset management, six, the issue of employee competence, seven, the issue of transparency in procurement, the last one, record keeping. So those issues, as I'm saying, save time and everything, and also not to ambush people. Can we get a submission on those issues? Because I think those are the issues that, if properly addressed, will not have we will have a clean audit as it will. That's the one thing. Secondly, I just wanted to just check, Chairperson, I think somewhere in the financial statements, note 29, there's something that was raised there about the issue of non-rotation of lawyers and so on. Can you be addressed on that to say, are we correcting that issue of non-rotation of lawyers? Where do things stand on that? And then one other issue, Chairperson, the issue of e-filing. I just want to just check, what is the attitude of the public protector in terms of e-filing? The one time I found myself stumbling into those offices, I just found just too much paper flying around there. I mean, if God forgive, that thing would burn, I don't know what would happen. I don't know if there's a proper e-filing system there. What is the attitude? Do we continue with this paper that I saw there a few years ago, or have we now upgraded? Do we now have a proper e-filing so that everything can run smooth? Lastly, in the issue of efficiencies, is the public protector not nervous that the issue of referring things to the SIU can cause delays? Because Advocate Mutibi is a very competent boss in the SIU and everything, but he cannot make decisions on what to investigate until there's a proclamation, and that is a process. For proclamation takes a long time. As an example, for instance, SIU had an amended proclamation on the 14th in July 2023. The president only signed this thing a couple of weeks ago. So a whole year was wasted waiting for that signature. So don't you think that referring things to the SIU would actually increase the level of delays? I think that is those are the questions for me, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mani. I see Honorable Tsotezi. Is that a new hand?
No, that should be a legacy hand.
Okay. Thank you very much, members. Thank you very much for those firm questions and comments on the annual report and the performance and spending. PP, can we interact with the sentiments by members?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members. I will allow my team to start first, and then I would cover the areas that they would not have covered. We'll start with the CEO, and thereafter the COO, our head of legal services, and then we'll take it from there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson.
The echo is back.
Yes, PP was still muting. I'm going to start with the questions from Honorable Klopper. Your first question was regarding irregular expenditure. I'll leave that for PP to respond to.
Okay.
The issue of the cell phones, whether our cell phones are insured.
Okay, CEO.
Unfortunately, we cannot. Yes?
I forgot. I forgot two things. Apologies. the issue which I think has been raised before of the regression on audit performance, which the AG is highlighting, amongst other things, the issue of the panel of attorneys. Maybe you can take the committee through that. Do we have a panel in place? When was it appointed, and when does its term come to an end? And also the issue relating to turnaround times. Remember, you said different matters have got different turnaround times. So maybe you can, for the benefit of the public, you can take the committee through on what are the turnaround times and in which matters does the turnaround time differ, and do you have backlog matters? If you have backlog matters, because backlog matters are going to be determined by not meeting the turnaround times. So if you have them, can you detail them? How much backlog matters in which matters? And what is the plan to attend to backlog matters? You can proceed now, Seo.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I'm also supported by my team here, some of whom have been in this space before I joined PPSA. So they're going to help me to respond to some of the questions. And I've noted your questions as well. Chairperson will address them. The issue from the question from Honorable Klopper regarding whether our cell phones are insured, we do not have insurance for our cell phones. The challenge is that there's a limit to insurance in government, in any state institution. You can only insure up to 250,000 rands per month, per year, only 250,000 rands per year. So we decided to prioritize, and we prioritized the insurance for our servers, because to ensure business continuity, we had to ensure that our servers are insured. And we also insured our vehicles. So 250,000 rands per year, it's not enough because everything has to be covered in that. That's why the cell phones were not insured. But whilst responding to the insurance, I'll also link that to the question regarding the measures that we're putting in place, or what are we doing about the irregular expenditure that results from these lost cell phones. The process is that there's a section 183 of the PFMA says that if there is a loss of any state asset, there must be an investigation, and then because that's going to be classified as fruitless expenditures, there must be an investigation to determine liability. And if the investigation reveals that the person was reckless, the employee was reckless, then we have a responsibility then to recover that money from that employee. That's why I said we are strengthening our governance structures, because we do have a governance structure called the Financial Misconduct and Loss Control Committee that is supposed to look into all these things. It's not only cell phones, but there's laptops as well. And this is not in 1 year, it's accumulated. So it's been increasing over the years. So it's losses that have not been cleared in terms of the PFMA. So that's why the amount is so huge. But we have that committee, which we are strengthening now, to look into all these matters, because there must be an investigation. And should we find that the employee was reckless, because people lose cell phones and laptops for various reasons. Sometimes a person will say, there's been a break-in at my house and the laptop was stolen with other items that I own. And that will be supported by a police report, so that we can write off. But if somebody says, I went to a shopping mall and I left my laptop on the seat in the car, and then when I came back, it was gone, that has an element of recklessness. So it's on those circumstances that we make people pay. Or somebody comes and say, I don't know what happened to that laptop. I went to a funeral, it was there. I don't know how it disappeared. That's not acceptable, because even if you go to the police won't be able to help you. So it's different permutations that we consider for us to come to a determination. But that's why I say probably we were slow in dealing with some of these things, but we're strengthening that committee so that by the end of this financial year, we have cleared it, because we are mindful of the fact that this is government money that bought those cell phones. So we have to recover from the people who are necessary. But if somebody was not marked, obviously it's going to be difficult. So we will follow a process then to write off some of those things, some of those equipment. Then the question about the filling of posts, what is the plan? The plan has always been there. We continuously fill posts. As and when people vacate, we start the process. But as we indicated that we had to slow down because Treasury did not allocate additional funds for the, what is it called? The adjustment, this employee salary adjustment for the year, last year. So we were informed that we must find the money within our baseline to cater for the cost of living adjustment. Now, that's why we slowed down on the filling of posts so that we avoid overspending. Because if we had continued to fill the 272 posts, we wouldn't probably have sufficient money to pay for the cost of living adjustment, and then we would be sitting with a labor dispute with our employees, or we would have had to pay and then overspend on the budget. So it was just being cautious, but we continue to fill these posts. And we're hopeful that the 37 million that was cut for this year will be brought back to us so that then we can go back to our at least 273 posts that were funded previously. So we are filling the positions, and it's not too many positions. As I said, people come and go. As we speak this month, I remember I signed off on 3 people who left the institution. So as you feel, as others come, some leave the institution. And that's why we'll always have some vacancy rate at any given point. But we're trying to minimize it as much as possible. There was a question again from Honorable Klopper about the 2 million that we spent on emergency procurement. PPSA, the office in Joburg, our Gauteng office occupied a building that was leased through the Department of Public Works. But for whatever reason, unknown to us, it seems as if there was a fallout between the landlord and the National Department of Public Works. And then the landlord then gave Public Works an ultimatum that you vacate my building. Unfortunately, the tenant was PPSA. So we found ourselves, because it was within a short space of time, the landlord said, you're vacating my building within a month or 2. Then we find ourselves having no option because there was no time then to go out on tender and go through the procurement process. Otherwise, the only option would have been for us to close that office to the detriment of service delivery, especially the users, because that's the only office we had in Joburg at that stage. So it was not possible for us then to close. That's why we had to go on an emergency procurement and rent this building for a different building to cater for our office, and then we moved the office. So it was just a once-off. However, we still continue to do all our procurement through Public Works, and we really experience some frustrations from time to time because their process takes very long, or alternatively, in some instances, they say they can't find the buildings. So we find ourselves in that space where we wait and wait. Even the head office building has become very small, and it's been now, since I joined PPSA, we're waiting for Public Works to give us another office, to find us another office space, but it is quite a challenge. Honorable, that's required generally is 2% of your staff establishment, which becomes really, really difficult, because on the one hand, you want to appoint people with disabilities. On the other hand, you don't have people applying, but we're trying everything. We now issue our adverts to the Disabled People of South Africa, DPSA. There's an institution called DPSA that advocates for the right of people with disabilities. So we're using it as well. And we also issue our adverts to a lot of people, to a lot of institutions that can help us to recruit, because really we intend to give opportunities to people with disabilities, because our work is in such a way that it does accommodate people with disabilities. So we're trying our best to make sure that we surpass the national norm of 2%. To deal with, to recruit people with disabilities. I'm gonna go to the questions from Honorable. So those that I've skipped, my colleagues there, I've got the COO, Advocate Kabinde and Advocate Van der Merwe, who are going to help to respond to some of those questions. So if I skipped your question, don't worry, we will still attend to it unless we don't attend to it at the end of our response. The question, I think, I don't know whether I should leave this to PP, the protocols regarding how we reach out to people. That's why I mentioned earlier on that we're using different platforms. We're using outreach. Outreach is where our team will go out to a rural community and have a meeting with a rural community to make sure that they understand our services and they explain to them the process on how to access our services, what needs to be done for somebody to get assistance from the public protector. We also video. That's why we have a number of deviations, because we try to target local radio stations. We don't go to your metros, to your big radio stations, but we try to target the radio stations within the communities that speak the language that's spoken by the people in that community, so that we can reach out to those that we know cannot access our services. So that's another way of doing it. But as I said, now we're reaching out even to women and youth, and we have signed MOUs with a number of institutions that advocate for the rights of women, that advocates for the people with disabilities. And we are in the process of developing some other material to enable access by our people, to make sure that we have, what do you call it? The radio, the thing that talks and the person listens to information through it's the speaking book. The book, the person will listen, but then it will be talking and educating the people. So we're trying all avenues, and that's why I say, the budget constraints are really helping us, are really constraining us, because we want to do so much to make sure that we still access the services. But we're doing, and the traditional leaders as well play a critical role. And that's why every year then we go out on roadshows to meet even with traditional leaders, because we believe if we educate traditional leaders about our mandate and our services, then they are able to impart knowledge. Even when someone comes to them and say, I have a problem with Home Affairs, then the traditional leader can pick up a phone and phone PPSA and say, there's a problem, who has such and such a problem. So we're using traditional leaders and other community-based organizations to facilitate that communication between us and the people who wish to access our services. And then we go to Honorable Nomvalo. Honorable Nomvalo's questions. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure that I explained earlier on. I think it's a question of probably us maybe at some point coming to Parliament, now that we missed this opportunity, and engaging on some of these things so that we can get our portfolio committee as well to understand our own processes internally. Understand our own processes. The fact that there's irregular expenditure doesn't necessarily mean that somebody has stolen money. It just means that there's a process that was not followed for various reasons. It could be because there was no time to follow the process, but that doesn't mean then people have stolen. So the people who were involved in the irregular expenditure for the procurement of legal fees, though they've left the institution, our investigation determined that there was no fraud or corruption in that process. And this also responds to Honorable Mani's question about whether there was no value for money. There was value for money. That's why we continued to pay those invoices. However, because the process was not followed, we still have to classify that as irregular expenditure. And we explained to Treasury what happened, and we confirmed to Treasury that there was no fraud or corruption involved, and therefore that's why the National Treasury has actually condoned that irregular expenditure, because they realized that for whatever circumstances that prevailed, PPSA found itself following this process. However, that expenditure has been condoned because there was no fraud or corruption in that regard. And the issues around investigations, Advocate Kabinde is going to key, and the complaints process is going to give that. Advocate Van der Merwe will give responses to the legal firms that we use, and as well as the progress with the implementation of the remedial action. I think that captures. Can I, at this moment, then, Chairperson, hand over to Advocate Nkabinde to take you through the questions relating to the investigations themselves, so that you can give responses. If I may, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate Nkabinde.
Good day, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson. There is no echo anymore on my side. I hope you are not experiencing any echo on your side as well. I am going to
Echo, and there is no video. We can't see you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am going to then respond to the various questions relating to investigations. Perhaps starting with the question that was raised by Honorable Nombalo in terms of the lodgement of the complaints and the process that is followed in the lodging of complaints with the Public Protector's Office. Honorable members, we do have various avenues that a complainant can bring the matter before the Public Protector, mindful of the fact that in terms of the Act, we also have powers to initiate investigations on our own on matters that we do pick up from the radio and other media articles that are there. The majority of the complaints that we receive as the Public Protector are through email, but they are still walking to our various offices, which have presence in all the 9 provinces, as well as the 7 regional offices that we do have in some of those provinces. Where then complainants are assisted face-to-face by investigators on duty to then take them through their complaints, but also this process serves as an opportunity to also educate people on the role of the Public Protector. We do get quite a lot of people who say you are the Public Protector, whereas we do have the confines of the Constitution, Section 184, in terms of the type of investigations that we can take as the Public Protector. Besides the walk-in complaints that we receive, we also, as the CEO has indicated, that we do have outreach officers. These outreach officers are present again in each and every province, and they get to go out to the communities, engage with the communities directly in sessions where they then educate the community on the role of the Public Protector, but also they serve as a platform where we do take complaints as well and give advice. So as they go out to the various communities, they take our complaint forms where they do assist the community to also take complaints. Even in our various outreach initiatives, whether they would be at tertiary institutions, in some instances, even at the churches, we also then use those platforms to take the complaints. The CEO has also referred to the community radio stations that have really been open to us as the Public Protector to engage with the public. In fact, they would give us free slots, and we know that those are the channels that are also used by the various communities, where we again teach the community about the powers of the Public Protector. And again, what we normally find is that as these interviews happen in that radio station, we do get quite a lot of complaints coming through, either in a form of walk-ins or even telephone calls, which is another mode of access of receiving complaints. This also again gives us that opportunity to then engage with the complainants and also guide them where the public protector may not have jurisdiction to investigate their complaints. There are still a few complainants or members of the community who also use the post, so we still receive those complaints that are also received through the post, where we then again respond or open cases where it relates to our mandate. Then over the years, we've also had drop boxes. These drop boxes are placed out in the community, in some of the traditional offices, in some of the churches, where complainants can then drop their complaints into the drop box. It is preceded by a community advocacy initiative, where again we speak about the mandate of the public protector. We speak about the kind of investigations that we can get involved in, and how to lodge a complaint. So, and I must say, honorable members, that while we have battled in the past, but we have seen a steady decline in the number of complaints that we are receiving now through these complaint drop boxes, but also a steady increase of the complaints that we are receiving, but also those complaints where we do have jurisdiction, as opposed to in the past where community members would be dropping complaints, but they would not fall into our jurisdiction. Where we see that the area where we have placed this complaint drop box is not so active, again, we re-engage the community, we move the box to another area. Now, with technology initiatives, especially to those communities, because we are mindful that not everyone can be able to access all forms of technology, but we are going to be introducing the self-service portal, where community members can also lodge their complaints through the self-service portal, but also they can then follow up on the status of the investigation of their complaint using the self-service portal. We have indicated the issue of the SMS as one of the avenues that people can send, where we then call back the complainant. So we do have these various initiatives. Obviously, we are not saying we should not move aggressively in our communication strategy to ensure that we reach the far ends of our country in communicating the role of the public protector, in ensuring that there is accessibility as well. And we do also work with the various institutions, some that we've got MOUs with, but also in some instances with the various government departments, so that we reach out to those people at various gatherings where they would always already be for various purposes. We do have offices, satellite offices that we have opened, particularly in your Northern Cape, Western Cape, as well as in Benoni, in Gauteng, where again we've got our team spending time in those satellite offices to again try to be accessible and take complaints. And we do see more of those as we continue to engage the Department of Justice and other institutions where we can then have these satellite of offices. But we do take note, Honorable Nomvalo, in terms of furthering this part and making sure that the mandate of the public protector is communicated quite extensively throughout the country. Then on the issue of the turnaround time, as well as the classification, honorable members, as the public protector, we do have classifications of the various investigations that we receive. Some of them we classify as in terms of our standard classification. That is our service standard. We've got early resolution matters. Those are matters that can be finalized within a period of 6 months. And those matters, we then use your alternative dispute resolution mechanisms to resolve those matters. Meetings where we just pick up the phone and try to resolve those very, very urgent matters. But we have also introduced what we call emergency matters. And that is where we deal with issues like your NSFAS issues of students that may be kicked out of the residence, students whose allowances may not be paid, and we engage in NSFAS instantly. And that is what we have been doing also to try from the beginning of the year to if not prevent, to minimize the student protests that we have seen, where we have engaged with NSFAS instantly on the payment of these allowances, on the payment of the fees for the students. And we have seen that our engagement have borne fruit. Obviously, we are going to the bottom of it as we continue with our systemic investigation on the issues that are involving NSFAS. But those are some of the matters that we call emergency matters that we deal with. Somebody whose water may be stopped by the municipality, and we treat it as an emergency because we know the critical nature of that kind of resource. Then we've got your service delivery matters, which in terms of our guideline, it's 12 months within which to investigate and finalize that investigation. Obviously, we don't try to stretch it to 6 months just because it's that classification. We try under the circumstances and the limited capacity to then still finalize it even less than 12 months. Those are your service delivery matters, as the name itself indicates, where we again engage those various state organs in terms of the service delivery issues that have been raised. You would have seen with the recent report of Kaba in Gauteng, where we investigated the issue of lack of provision of water. And while we were still conducting the investigation, there were interim measures that were put in place in terms of the water tankers while they were then restoring the infrastructure. And we are looking into the long-term interventions of the proper use of the municipal infrastructure grant, as we have indicated in that report, that there is a gap in the utilization. In fact, there is lack of proper utilization in Mfuleni municipality, and we can see where the municipality is right now. Those are kind of interventions that we are trying to have as public protector. We do have GGI matters, or your good governance in an integrity matters, which deal with issues of conduct failure. They tend to be more complex in terms of the nature of the complaint, whether at our own initiative or as reported, but also sometimes there are various issues that are actually raised that form part of that investigation. That is why it then tends to take longer, and a period in terms of our classification is then 24 months within which to finalize investigation of these matters. I'm going to touch on the backlog, Honorable Chairperson, because some of these matters, as much as they are service delivery matters, where a person would come and say, I applied for a permanent resident permit from the Department of Home Affairs, but I still haven't received it. And that is where we find most of our backlog relating to complaints against the Department of Home Affairs, where Home Affairs still has to undertake an investigation to then verify whether a person should be afforded this PRP, or even for your refugee status permits and other applications that are dealt with by Home Affairs, including your IDs. So those are some of the matters that then lead to our backlog. We do have those matters that involve NSFAS, especially where the certificates of the students have not been issued, who have completed their studies. Again, we are quite advanced now in this investigation. And there have been engagement, I must say, between the public protector and NSFAS, including the current administrator, to see how we can deal with these issues. And that is will give rise to the report with a remedial action that will be issued soon. So in total, we are sitting at more or less 350 matters that are in the backlog. And those matters, the majority thereof, is your Home Affairs, it's your UIF matters, which are the leading departments also to respond to that question of the leading departments in terms of the matters or complaints that we get. It's your Home Affairs, it's the Department of Labor, particularly your UIF matters, as well as your compensation fund matters that are quite leading in the type of investigations that we get. The municipal complaints relating to irregular billing, the city of Tshwane, the city of Johannesburg. And I must indicate that when we talk about referrals of matters, we don't take it lightly. In terms of referring these matters, they go through a process. As we get our complaints, we have established a screening process where we really look at the matters and the nature of the matters. And that screening process is at a high level of a chief investigator. And once the chief investigator has gone through the complaints that we have received, it then goes to the executive managers for assessment. Again, we have placed assessment at that level so that we can make sure that the application of Section 69, Advocate Mkhwebane, is applied and applied correctly. We do get those instances where even when we have applied this Section 69, then we do not find special circumstances. But there are those that are outright, correctly so, as you have indicated, Honorable Mkhwebane, that we don't just turn people away because the matter is not reported within 2 years. We apply the provision of Section 69 to determine the special circumstances that actually apply. But also, we are mindful of some instances that if it's an issue of an RDP, a house that has not been allocated for the past 20 years, and we know that there's a backlog, and we have had these interventions again and engagements with the Department of Human Settlements right up to the minister, where we are addressing these issues. And as we apply these special circumstances, we take into account the nature of the complaint, we take into account the continued prejudice that is being suffered by the complainant, sometimes even by the community, where we identify that it's not just about one person, but it affects the community. If I can make reference to the issue of late issuing of title deeds, particularly in the Northern Cape area, where the houses have been allocated, but the title deeds have not been issued. So where we saw a number of complaints coming to our office, but we are now attending it holistically, and we have a systemic investigation. In many of those matters, they are beyond the 2-year period, but we then look at what happened and go deep into why there is a delay. And some of these issues fall within the identified areas of our further investigation, noting now that they even have these CARA funds. Therefore, I just want to assure the honorable members that when we then do the assessment of these matters, we don't just reject them on the basis of Section 6, subsection 9 of the Public Protector Act, but we do consider all those factors and actually document the reasons why we are taking those matters. Also document the reasons why we are not accepting them. And I must say, in addition, there's still an internal review process. If a decision that has been taken not to investigate the matter, then those matters are then considered right up to the level of the public protector. Then the issue of yeah, I hope I have covered in terms of the sorry, yeah, okay. The issue of the service standard, indeed, Advocate Mkhwebane, we do have the service standard, and we are improving revising the service standard in light of the new processes that we are introducing. We are re-engineering our processes to see how we can effectively assist and deliver on our mandate, and even reduce the turnaround time. That is why I've spoken to the issue of screening. However, with that came a very stringent quality assurance processes, because we wanted to really eliminate this issue of review of matters that are taken on review, while we note that people have got a constitutional right, especially with the binding remedial action, to take these matters to the High Court on review. But we have really strengthened our quality assurance processes. And this speaks directly to the issue or the question that was raised by Honorable Klopper, if it not Nomvalo, with my apologies, in terms of the reduction of the matters or the finalized matters, because they are just not closed at provincial level, but we do now have a quality assurance process right up to the executive managers, not only on matters that are resolved, but also on matters that are unsubstantiated, so that we again understand from the bottom, the investigation, was it done correctly, the conclusion of the matter, is it done correctly, whether even the matter is resolved, have we really addressed all those issues? Now, these are daily basis quality assurance intervention that do not just wait until the matter is presented to the executive manager. So we do foresee that we are going to be improving in terms of the closure, so that at least people have got the remedy that they so seek, but also we want to then make sure that what we then issue as a final report, because there are many reports that are issued that are not necessarily signed at the public protector level with binding remedial action, but they are issued at the various level, but that the investigation is done quite thoroughly. The issue of the implementation of remedial action, Honorable Nomvalo, again, yes, indeed, 29%. It's not where we want to be, even as the Office of the Public Protector. We want to have all remedial action being implemented. And that is why as we issue these notices in terms of Section 7, subsection 9 of the Public Protector Act, we then engage the respondents and we interrogate what the responses that they provide to us, so that we know that this remedial action is implementable. However, when we say the engagement, it's not just to say we then issue a lenient remedial action. I think you would have seen what we have sent out or issued in the report. So it's an area that we really want to improve. The interventions that we're having is the constant engagement, and we have seen with that engagement that we have got more of these reports that are implemented, or remedial action that is actually implemented. But secondly, we've got less reviews before the High Court. But thirdly, we have then said there are certain matters that have been sent to, or certain applications that have been made to court on judicial review, but those matters are dormant. There hasn't been progress over time, and we are sitting with about 34 of those matters that are still on judicial review with not much progress. And we have engaged with some of the state organs on those matters so that they can proceed with the court processes if really they still want to, or then to withdraw and implement that remedial action. So, but secondly, we are also looking as part of the amendment to the Public Protector Act, the criminalization of the lack of implementation of remedial action. We must also indicate that we have been engaging with members of the Parliament as we send the report to the Speaker of Parliament, but also we've seen in the previous administration, and that is what we look forward to also in the current administration, with the various portfolio committees calling a meeting with those respective state organs against whom remedial action has been taken, who have not been implemented, to be held to account on the reasons why they have not implemented the remedial action by the Public Protector. And we appreciate that intervention, because when we look at really our act, our rules, but also on the responsibility of Parliament and the various portfolio committees, that is where they assist us in the implementation of remedial action. So we are, as we look into the amendment of our act, we do foresee quite a cooperation in terms of the implementation of the remedial action, but we don't need to get that far, let alone that it may be costly in terms of the legal nature of such matters should they have to go to court. So that is why we are continuously engaging, even with the ministers. We've had several meetings that have been headed by the Public Protector with the various ministers to again discuss the remedial action that has been made in the various reports, going back 2 years as far as we've been issuing this report with remedial action, so that we can see some progress in that light. The referrals to the you'll deal with referrals. You'll deal with it. Yes, the referrals to the various institutions, including the SIU. It's not authority that we just refer to the SIU. We do conduct that investigation. Honorable Mkhwebane, on the issues of labor, yes, much as we appreciate that the public protector can get involved in some of these labor-related matters, but we do get quite a number of them where complainants have already been to the CCMA. And then once that process starts, then it needs to go to the labor court. Otherwise, we are going to have a problem where the complainant says, but I was at the public protector's office, and we do find those complainants who are forum shopping, which then creates a problem for us. But again, it goes through a vigorous process of assessment, but also of engaging with the complainant so that we can understand their matter better and why we are advising them to take the matter to another forum. The referrals to the SIU, as it has been indicated even by Honorable Mani, that they tend to take long. We also look at whether there is a proclamation that the SIU has, that the president has approved, so that then we don't duplicate the efforts. And those are the matters that we then refer to the SIU. There are not as many within the matters that have been referred. You'll find that the majority of the matters that we've actually referred go to the other ombuds, whether it's your motor industry ombuds, whether it's matters that relate to banking, where we then refer them to such ombudsman, your consumer issues that we also refer to your commission. So amongst that big number, it's quite various matters that are referred, and not necessarily that the majority of them are then sent to the SIU. I will leave further as I close on my part on the issue of digitalization and the issues of e-filing that was also raised, but we are moving with technology, and we are much happy that as the public protector, we are looking at our digitalization strategy and how we can then make sure that we are accessible electronically. Our complaint form can be accessible on the site, but also the kind of engagements that we have with the various communities that we serve. Thank you very much, Chairperson and Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. CEO, who is following now?
Advocate van der Merwe, who is our head of legal services and knowledge management.
Okay. Advocate van der Merwe.
Good morning, Chair. And
what's happening on the right?
Am I audible?
You have a GNU there. What's happening on your right? There is someone on your right.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you so much, members and Chair. I'm just going to start with, because it links to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure as well. What the Auditor General found was that after the bidders met the functionality criteria and were placed on the panel, there was no further evaluation being done in the selection process from the panel, and the preference system was not applied. The AG also found that there was no documented evidence to indicate how the fairness criteria and rotation of suppliers in the selection of counsel from the panel is demonstrated. And this finding relates to the panel. That specific panel was appointed in December 2020. So it affected all the appointments that have been done on appointments for service providers. The samples that they used was appointments done in late in 21, in 2020, late in 2022. So because in their view that when we utilize the panel, the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act and regulations were not complied with. Just to hold a moment on that process, we have since then, because the panel has lapsed, we raised the issue of the AG at the time because when for that specific years following 2020, 2021, the guidance was there to say that preference points and the utilization of the panels will lead to an irregular expenditure. But we accepted the finding of the Auditor General, and we then went ahead and approached Treasury and Procurement Office to indicate, because the services were rendered in all these cases, it was not fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it was a technical non-compliance, and the expenditure was condoned. In terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because I think it's Honorable Nomvula raised the issue of consequence management, we followed the Treasury framework where we first had to investigate internally and quantify the amounts, determine what root cause and what non-compliance issues led to the expenditure, could it have been prevented? And then once it's confirmed as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, then the issue of the legal liability or liability in law, and then the recovery followed. And in some of those processes, we are still, the first part of the compliance framework has now been completed after we had to find out from National Treasury how we deal with issues of who is an official, who's not an official, who falls within the framework. And we are now at the point where we are determining liability and law and the options of recovery. So that process has not been completed because the consequence management, as CEO said, is now currently being attended to. Also on the issue of the panel of attorneys and the selection process, we have for the financial year under review and the current financial review have had limited, in comparison to the previous years, litigation against the Office of the Public Protector. We had 3 new applications for judicial review. 2 of them involved 4 parties, it's 2 parties each. One of them has already been finalized and was dismissed by the courts and went up to the SCA, who also refused leave to appeal. 2 other litigation matters dealt with issues of the investigations. One other matter dealt with a claim against the office that has been dealt with yesterday. And then there are labor matters that arose from the previous financial years. When we appointed the firm, some of them were still on the time of the panel of attorneys. We were looking at medium to large size firms, including Black-owned firms. In any event, in terms of the appointment criteria to our panels, we did follow the triple BEE and the preference point system in getting them on the panel. So all our attorneys have been vetted in terms of preferential procurement. But the AG felt that it was not evident when we rotated and appointed the attorneys that we utilized the preference point system. And to remedy that, when we advertised the new panel of attorneys, which we've just finished in August, we are currently evaluating the bids. And we must say we have been overwhelmed by the responses from the legal firms. We had over 220 bids for the new panel of attorneys. And we are utilizing what we call a ranking system, where we're going to appoint the panels in terms of their preference points, so that we can ensure that the issues of equity and preferential procurement is utilized when we do the selection process from the current panel of attorneys. We've also updated our SOP, which we are in the process of finalizing for the utilization of the panel, as well as our tariff for fees, so that we are confident that as far as Honorable Mani's concerns are related, that the audit findings have become a norm, that we would be in event be able to address and prevent a recurrence of the findings of the AG. And on the e-filing, the Public Protector has embarked on a digitization process, and the implementation of our case management system is actually fully digitizing at the current moment the new incoming cases investigations, because they are captured physically on the file as well as then on the system. So we do have a digital record then of all our current investigations. The process will be expanded to the rest of the operations once the file plan has been approved. Now, the file plan has been a challenge because of the changes in requirements, and then also we had to change our numbering systems for investigations to accommodate National Archives' new numbering format. They've provided us with guidelines. We've met with them, if I'm not mistaken, the week before. There's a records management committee that is overseeing the process. And once the file plan has been approved, we intend to convert our current, what we call IRC, into an electronic records management system for the rest of operations as well. On Honorable Mqwebani's questions around or mentioning of the PPSA app, yes, it was, or it is still in operation. It's called the Mobile Public Protector Mobile Referral App. What it does is to guide members of the public who wants to know where they should lodge complaints through a process of elimination to avoid, first of all, duplication of efforts, but also then to bring them directly into contact with the departments as that first tier of complaints. In exactly what Mqwebani is saying, empowering people so that the departments are approached before they approach the public protector. That's a referral system. It does not interact with our current case management system, that app, to be able to give feedback. That is where the self-service portal is coming into play. The mobile referral app is still in operation, and it is still available for members of the public. Just want to see what I might have missed. Just on Advocate Mqwebani's mentioning of the FISD and forum shopping, yes, during that period when we were the chair of the SID, we developed a strategy in collaboration with a task team to allow members, or it was a joint strategy to prepare a process where we would educate members of the public and also then interact when it comes to forum shopping, that members of the public know which ISD deals with which matter. And that's also being supplemented by the induction that we did to the public protector did to Parliament. And there's also an induction manual that is available. And just check the rest of the questions for a moment. On the example that Honorable Tsutetsi mentioned about whether we educate members of the public what the public protector can deal with, looking at the very same example where the actions of a private individual created a risk for road users, and a farmer digs up a hole next to the road and the land belongs to him. We deal with improper conduct in state affairs. So we don't deal directly and we not regulate the conduct of private citizens. But what comes into play is that there you have the regulatory framework in terms of the public administration. There would have been responsibilities on either SANRAL or the municipality or those who are responsible for ensuring the safety of the road and the safety of the road users to oversee the safety of the road. So if we do investigate a matter like that and a person can complain, it's for then the failure or the potential failure of either the provincial government or the local government to have intervened and to ensure the safety of the road users. Those are our constituencies, the 1,000 organs of state and semi organs, parastatals that fall within the broader scope of public administration. And any conduct that places a responsibility on them, either an omission or a commission, then would fall within the public protector's ambit. And I think that is it from my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate van der Merwe.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, the echo is back again.
Thank you. I'll just deal with the issues which the team has left out. It is work team form, then I'm then left with very
Chair.
few things
Chairperson.
to actually on.
Sorry, PP. Honorable Nomvalo.
Yes, Chair. No, I just want to be on the same page with you. We have some, in fact, I have some follow-up questions which I want to ask. Now, my assumption is that in terms of protocol, the CEO and the CFO cannot speak after their principal, has spoken. So at what stage, wait, I'm still asking. At what stage are we going to allow are you going to allow us to make follow-up questions after the PP? And if those follow-up questions are supposed to be answered by the CEO and the CFO, are you going to allow them to come again after their principal has spoken?
There's no need to take a long time. I got your point. We're still in the phase of answering to the first batch of questions. So the PP is closing the first batch of questions. Now, it's been a protocol that every time, if there is a follow-up, then we'll take the follow-up after they are done as PPSA. So it's been a practice. So we will take follow-up questions where there are follow-up questions, and they will answer to them. You can proceed, PP.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I've said, I'll only refer to the questions not dealt with. Chairperson, in respect with the Call Me Back SMS rollout as well as the service portal, we've already started to do outreach programs in this respect, and we will be rolling it out as we conclude our Good Governance Month at the end of this month of October. Honorable Nomvalo, on the issue of a possible systemic investigations regarding the findings that the AG would have made in municipalities, we've actually started looking into this issue, and really what what we've dissected, and the AG is also in agreement with most of these, is that there's a direct correlation between the misappointments or the irregular appointments that are being made by municipalities and performance. Because if you do not have the correct persons in the correct positions, then you are bound to have challenges in respect of maladministration. But also the equitable share issue does affect some municipalities because some don't have the capacity to oversee bulk projects. Like we've heard over the news recently on some of the municipalities in the Free State having not spent their municipal grants and would be seeking consultants in order to spend those municipal grants, which is also for us a bit of a red flag, which means that a bulk of the money is going to go into consultants and not into service delivery. And in that respect, we will be sending an alert letter to the respective municipalities to find out what is actually the plan, so that we don't have a situation where services are not delivered in the main, which is what those municipal grants are actually meant for. Now, the constant change of leadership also affects the administration, and then you find that it actually lacks in respect of performances. Municipalities being placed under administration without a proper plan on a turnaround. We've seen this in the Free State, and we've seen this as well in the Northwest. And actually finding that the same administrators are being rotated around from one municipality into the other. So having done at least this analysis, we are now at a stage of looking into which portion of this do we look into in respect of a systemic investigation, because if we enter into a blanket systemic investigation, it is going to take us quite some time in order to be able to conclude it. So we are doing work in that respect. We're hoping that soon we'll be able to finalize it, and as part of our plan for the next financial year, be able to resume a systemic investigation in this regard. Further, regarding the issue of equity in terms of procuring, particularly for legal practitioners, I mean, this is a big issue, especially for those who've been previously disadvantaged. The only way for them to learn the skills, to be SCs and so forth, on the main, they rely on procurement in the public sector. But this shouldn't be just for one firm, because really that doesn't represent equity. We need to look vastly, you know, into spreading out the procurement of legal services. And the team is very much aware that the brief is not on the name of a firm, but the brief is on equity. Black, women, youth at large, and issues of disability, but also white women, because they are also impacted by the issues of equity. So we are closely ensuring through the processes that the responsible persons are working on in respect of this. Honorable Tsotsi, I think the team has answered, and I've made reference to the issue of the self-service portal, as well as to the SMS, which we are also going to utilize as part of accessibility of the public protector, in addition to the other areas which have been raised by the colleagues. Now, Honorable Chair, you know, when we started off, I wanted to resist the temptation to outline that, you know, this committee actually has a member who's conflicted when it comes to the issues of the public protector, because she's the impeached public protector. And some of the matters that she even alluded to are matters that were ventilated in the Section 194 committee, in which staff of the public protector had testified to the operations and the mannerism in which
Chairperson,
the
Chairperson,
was run
Chairperson,
during her tenure. Now, Chairperson, what is critical?
I don't think it's proper for you to even allow this. I don't know how to even name it, because I'm a member of parliament here. So I don't know why you allow her to just raise this nonsensical issue. So please, Chairperson, I'm a member of parliament here. So if she can just answer the questions. I have been the public protector for those years. The things which were there are still operational. Hence, I asked whether she has a vision which she will move with. They're still keeping most of the things which have been operational. So I don't think it's fair, Chairperson, for you to allow this.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I got you, Honorable Mkhwebane. I think the best way is that, because I was still listening to this conflict part where that the PP was talking about, but I think the best way is that let's just move away from that, just go to the specific questions asked PP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, Chairperson, I must do that. My address cannot be alluded to as nonsensical. Being a member of parliament doesn't give anyone unfettered powers to be disrespectful to the next person. I am the public protector and office bearer, and I'm an officer of the court, being an admitted advocate. We owe one another mutual respect. It cannot be. Advocate Mkhwebane cannot do what she did during the induction of parliamentarians to lead a disruption of the PPSA presentation led by myself, which, by the way, shows itself in this committee because other members
Chairperson, I don't think, Chairperson,
mandate.
Chairperson,
wait.
Chairperson, you can't allow.
No, Honorable Mkhwebane, I think where I agree with the PP is how you address the matter. Otherwise, addressing it, I mean, I agree with you. Addressing it, we should not focus on what the Section 194 committee dealt with and stuff. But I think you went too hard when you spoke about nonsense and stuff. So I think I'd advise that let's just move away, PP, from this point and focus on the questions asked, so that we conclude. We still have OCJ waiting for us.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I had been allowed to finish, I would have actually come to what the issue of the conflict derives in. Honorable Mkhwebane dealt with the issue of the security of the chief of the CEO. Now, Honorable Mkhwebane is conflicted when it comes to the security issues regarding the CEO, and these we've reported to the police officers. Amongst messages, phone calls, which were made by Mr. David Skosana, who is husband to Honorable Mkhwebane, whom I also see is now on the platform. There has also been an SMS from an unknown number, and this I am going to read out for the committee so that I prove the conflict. If Fighter Mkhwebane doesn't get her money, we will pay your sons. And the sons' names are actually stated, a visit, your choice. Now, this is amongst several threats that were made to the CEO. And as a result, Honorable Chairperson, I really, and the rest of the committee members, will not answer to the security issues regarding the CEO, which, by the way, leaves a lot to be desired on how Honorable Mkhwebane is aware of the information, considering that these security
Chair,
issues surround matters. Proceed to the issue
Chairperson,
of vision of the public.
Can you hold on, PP? Honorable Nomvan.
yes, Chair. You know, despite technical, these technical glitches which we're experiencing now, Chair, I think we are not doing justice to this meeting.
Why?
I think this ping pong, Chair, is not going to take the meeting anywhere. And Chair, if you can be patient with me, this thing of asking why while I'm on the floor is also out of order. No, Chair, don't do that, please. Don't do that. No, don't do that, please. Please, Chair. Please, don't do that. Chair, I'm saying, Chair, you've made. Yes, Chair.
Please allow me to chair the meeting. Please don't get irritated because I'm trying to get your point here. And I allowed you. I've been allowing you even before. Please allow me to chair the meeting. There is no way that in the meeting you speak forcefully. There is no way. So let's help each other. Let's meet each other halfway. So I'm allowing you. So I want you to elaborate when I'm saying why. So that we get you all of us. Remember, it's not the two of us in the meeting. I may get you, and other members may not get what we are saying. So let's meet each other halfway to ensure that the proceedings of the meetings are not interrupted. You can proceed.
Chair, I'm saying you've made the ruling on this issue of how the PP is responding to Advocate Mkhwebane. And I think it should not be taken further. And I think the best way, Chair, is that the PP must just continue to answer other questions, because on this one, we seem to be derailing. So she must proceed in respecting your ruling.
In the platform. Sure, you can proceed.
Yes, I'm saying, Chair, in respecting your ruling, she must just, proceed to other questions and leave this one because it is going to unnecessarily delay the meeting.
Yes, I think what we must do, Honorable Nomvalo, is that because we're still listening to the conflict. I think she has dealt with the conflict part. So the best way is that we have gotten where it arises. Now, maybe if she can submit that to us, then we'll see how best do we attend to it. Maybe if an email PP can be sent to the committee secretary so that we interrogate and see this. Now, can we pass over now to another question that has been asked?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable Nomvalo, for that direction. Chairperson, we will actually make a detailed submission and we will submit it in person because of some of the security issues involved in this respect. Chairperson, when it comes to the issue of the vision of the Public Protector South Africa is an institution. Now, an institution is run through processes. Under the period under review, we are still dealing with the 5-year period, which is still under the leadership of my predecessor. Hence, we still have the objectives which were put in place under her leadership, which I believe were the vision and the objectives of the institution. Hence, we are continuing for those. We've already held our strategic planning for the next 5 years, which the strategic planning and the vision thereof is led under my leadership, which is a vision and a strategy and the annual performance plan of the institution and not of mine as an individual, and which leads that direction, Chairperson, which we've already started to implement under the Vision 2023, is the digitalization of Public Protector South Africa. It is learning of Public Protector South Africa, which has several strategies under those. And further, it is the strategic human resources of Public Protector South Africa, which is also encompassed by the governance architecture of the institution in order to support the core business. I will not deal then with the strategies thereof and the operational matters thereof. This committee will have the benefit of that when the time comes for Public Protector South Africa to report to the committee in that respect. When it comes to the institution failing to achieve a systemic investigation, I think Advocate Kabinde has dealt with this issue. There are multifaceted of issues, and I must repeat Honorable Chair. The state of the institution is not on normal. Firstly, on human capital, issues of employee wellness and health. And today is actually mental wellness day. And I think for us, it's quite an issue as the institution. You cannot move an ailing staff. We have to lead. And that is even what global standards are bringing out. So to be honest, Chairperson, as much as what we want to deliver on our mandate, I've got a responsibility as head of institution for the well-being of my staff. And that I will work with parallel with ensuring that we deliver. As you see the results that we've produced before this portfolio committee, they actually show that with all the challenges that the institution has been in, history cannot be erased. It influences the present and the future, and that's why we touch on it. And it is part of those challenges. We also still have apologies. Am I audible now? We also have to respond, particularly in systemic issues. You know, yes, we would understand that they are more in-depth, etc. But some of them, it is also because of not wanting to respond. That is why we then put in place the protocols that we have in order to elicit responses, which includes a subpoena, by the way, to ensure that they have been responded to. The issue of understaffing plays a role. The funding plays a role. Our investigators are overwhelmed by the work that they are having. This is the balance that we need to strike in ensuring performance. But as already alluded to, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, we are putting systems in place to ensure that with all that the institution is going through, we are able to meet the needs of the people of South Africa. We still have engagement with traditional leaders. We've actually submitted a proposed MOU with the traditional leaders, which we are hoping that will be signed during this financial year, but it doesn't stop the work from taking place. As alluded to, we even have our drop boxes in some of the traditional houses. Engagements with the FISD, we actually regulate this relationship, particularly where it has to do with our work through MOUs, because an FISD is not a statutory structure. It is merely a coordination and interrelation structure where we share as institutions supporting democracy. So in order to regularize what we would have come up with in some of the discussions in the FISD, it is through the MOUs which we have. Chair, I really did not hear any contradiction from the CEO regarding the amount of the CARA funding. If there was, it must have been just a sheer slip of a tongue. The CARA funding is accounted for very clearly in the presentation which we have submitted. Now, you know, Chair, we rather err on the side of caution. You know, on the labor matters. We once had a matter of Mutobi in this institution, where, in fact, it's a matter that we shouldn't have been involved in as an institution in the first place. And by the way, that is what is our screening process is also working on, that we do not find ourselves seized with matters that we should not be seized with, because it creates an expectation on complainants. It is good and well that from the onset, we subject them to the requirements of us taking complaints. Yes, we do have an element of being ombudsman, and in deserving matters, we do so. But the example of the matter of Mutobi, which took a long time, resources and time and so forth of the institution, which was a labor matter and a matter that we should not have really involved ourselves as the institution. I mean, there's many other matters besides labor matter. There's a matter of Spitty where the institution ended up having a very harsh letter from the head of the Hawks regarding the conflict that we had as an institution, or rather the former head of institution, when it comes to this particular matter. So that is precisely what the issue of our screening process is actually dealing with. Now, Honorable Chair, lastly, Honorable Manyi, thank you very much for your question, but kindly, may we have a specifics on all these issues of control that you have alluded to? I think the question is a bit too open-ended, so that also we are specific and we are able to satisfy what you require out of your question. Please, may we get a specific that out of the elements which you have alluded to, what is it specifically that which you would want us to make a submission on, and we will do so, Chairperson. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Public Protector. Honorable Nomvalo, do you still have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my follow-up question relates to irregular expenditure versus fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I think the CEO, when she answered this question, she did not make justice for the following reasons, Chair. One, I fully understand the meaning and the difference between these two terms, irregular and wasteful. I understand that irregular expenditure can occur as a result or as a consequence of irregular steps that have been taken leading to that payment. That I fully understand. Subsequent to that, the PFMA, I think section 1 of the PFMA, makes a clear and a concise definition of what fruitless and wasteful expenditure is. And it says it's expenditure which was made in vain and would have been avoided had reasonable care been exercised. Now, case law says for irregular expenditure, when there's value for money, no one will be held liable. I mean, when there's value for money, I just forget that the citation of such case laws. That is why it's understandable. I mean, an excuse will be understandable when the PP says, or the CEO says, that they continue to make payments even though there were irregularities during the procurement processes. But now, with regards to wasteful and fruitless, I think that is the most adverse finding, because it means there's been no value for money whatsoever. And it's expenditure that could have been avoided had reasonable care been exercised. That is why, Chair, I'm saying, when we respond or when we deal with this, we must not use a very dodgy, response. The CEO just responded as if I asked about irregular expenditure. I never asked about irregular expenditure. I asked about fruitless and wasteful. I don't know if the CEO misconstrued my question, or she just chose to be generous and answered questions which I've not asked. Now, the question, Chair, is, before that finding was made, were there any steps put in place, or was there any plan that was put in place, reasonable care that was put in place to ensure that this does not occur?
Chair,
whether
I've raised
during
my hand.
this
Please recognize me once it's done, please.
Is that a point of order? Is that a
Chair,
point
I'll
of
wait for
order?
direction. Can I continue?
And I'm asking because it's Honorable Nomvalo who indicated
I'll
first.
wait for direction.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm asking if
I'm saying I'm going to wait, but please recognize me when it's done.
no problem. Honorable Nomvalo is going to finish. Will recognize you.
Chair, was I audible before this hand was raised?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Okay, Chair. Now, Chair, I'm saying I think the CFO tried a little bit, to respond on this one, but not adequately. I'm not quite, satisfied with the response. Were there any measures put in place to avoid this? And two, if there were no measures, then with the consequence management, and can they be please specific to say these are the cases that were found through our internal investigations, and this is how we've dealt with them, even if they go to an extent of giving specifics. And Chair, with regards to the remedial actions which are not implemented, I think, well, I cannot ambush them now. Maybe they have not considered that for this report, but in future, Chair, what they must do is that they must list all those, people against whom remedial actions have been made, and give statistics to say these ones have implemented and these ones have not implemented. So that, Chair, like I said earlier, that during our constituency work and during the course of our participation in Parliament, we will be able, to pursue those matters through our oversight responsibilities, because some of these departments, if it's departments which are not complying with the remedial actions, belong to other, portfolio committees. So we can speak with our members to say, in your portfolio committee, take this matter further. Yeah, those are my questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nomvalo. Honorable Skhosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that it's very unfortunate that the PP, Advocate Galega, invoked my name when she saw my hand. I must just remind her that when he says that, listen to me. No. Listen to me, Chair. He raised my name. She mentioned my name. So I want to respond.
Can you pause there, Honorable Skhosana? Can you please help us, my leader? We have already ruled on the matter. The matter is still going to be attended to. Remember, we said she's going to send us a detail of what she's saying as the PP. Then we'll take it from
but I'm saying,
where your name is, you definitely will be accorded time.
Listen to me. Listen to me, Chair. I'm saying I don't care about that. I don't mind. But I'm saying if you invoke my name here on this platform and say that there's a conflict, which, as you said, you stopped here, I'm fine with that. But I can tell you, if people want to use state funds and say because there's a conflict, I'm married to the former, when Mazzoni and I don't want to go there. What I want to say is that whatever she and her CEO are talking about me, for them to use state money in my name and say they've reported, because no one has ever came to me and said anything. So after a year or so, now they are coming. I don't want to use that word because you said that I'll be decent on that. But I'm saying I've got a right to be here. And if she's not happy with that, she can jump.
No, it's fine, Honorable Skhosana. It's fine. We note your point. I think the entire matter will be dealt with as it arrives in our office. And of course, as people whose names would have been mentioned would actually be accorded time to have their inputs on the matter.
Yeah, she only mentioned me anyway, remember? Me
Yes.
only. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready
That's-
in all fronts. If
That's
need
fine.
be,
Honorable
if
Skosana.
need be, her wish will happen. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana.
Yes.
Wait. We got your point. So that's
Thank
why
you.
I'm saying.
Honorable Chair, I just want to
Thank you.
raise that this is a threat.
Wait,
and
PP,
we are
we're
not
coming
doing it.
to you. PP, wait, we're coming to you now. We're coming to you now.
She's feeling the heat under her collar.
No,
She must
Honorable Skosana, no. Please switch off your mic. Please switch off your mic.
Yeah, it's off.
PP, we are coming to you now. As we're coming to you, the central focus is on the matters that were asked by Honorable Nomvalo, which have got a lot to do with the annual report. The issues raised about conflict and the issues that are outside the context of the annual report are going to be dealt with at the time when that report that we requested you to submit to us, it is submitted. So all matters are going to be attended to. This is not the platform to attend those matters now, but dealing with a very important process of Parliament of receiving an annual report from Public Protector South Africa. So let's focus on exactly what Honorable Nomvalo would have asked as a follow-up question that which he thinks has been missed in the answering. Yes, PP.
Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to the CEO to deal with the issue as it's a follow-up from a question that she had answered. Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, PP. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Your echo is back.
Yes, we were just muting the other computer. And I really have to apologize to the honorable member for probably misinterpreting the question. I believe the question is more about the preventative measures that were put in place to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure relating to the losses. And as I mentioned earlier on, we have those losses of cell phones and laptops, but it's not all the cell phones and laptops that were lost in 1 year, but they come over the year. So it's an accumulation thereof. The controls that we had in place is that we have a cell phone policy that says to employees, under what circumstances can a cell phone be allocated? And should you lose the cell phone, how then will we determine as an institution whether you are liable or not? And also alerting officials that they are responsible for the safekeeping of those cell phones because they are government property. So it seems as if that control of believing that people will do the right thing, and we also encourage them to insure the cell phones as part of their own insurance at home, because we have insurances at home, but unfortunately some people cannot take out insurance for their homes, so that's why their cell phones were not insured. So I'm saying probably the control of the policy and guidance that we was given was probably not sufficient. So that's why now what we're doing, we've changed the manner in which we're allocating cell phones. To minimize the risk on the PPSA, now we're saying, take out your own insurance, because then even the instrument itself is going to belong to you. And then we will reimburse for the use of that cell phone as an institution, because at the same time, we cannot expect officials to subsidize the institution. So you take out your own contract with a service provider, you use your cell phone, and then on a monthly basis, you bill us, basically. You give us your bill, and then we refund you. We believe that's going to be the best control that we can ever implement. We're still looking into how then do we deal with laptops, because laptops also get lost. But we continue, as I said, with resuscitating the governance structures. We are going to have information sessions again too. And security, I must say, security management has been trying its best to alert and educate our employees about the do's and the don'ts when they have these laptops. Like, you cannot have a laptop when you use, for example, public transport, because it's not going to be safe unless if you lock it in the office, and we will make provision for you to be able to lock that laptop in the office. But Security has tried to educate, but in spite of that, still people leave their laptops on top of the seats of their cars unattended and then come back and claim that my car was broken in. So that's why then through that committee, we are going to make sure that we look at all the matters, we investigate them, determine liability. If you don't know how you lost your cell phone or you lost your laptop, it means you were not taking care of it, basically. Because you should be able to say there was a break-in in my house, or there was I was mugged and my cell phone was taken, because we do sometimes get those. And then you produce a police report that you have reported the matter to the police, and then we can reconsider and write it off. But as I'm saying, we're transferring the risk of cell phones now to the employees. The list, Honorable Member, is very long of who is involved, what official was issued with what cell phone. It's a very long list. We can provide a list of all the financial misconduct cases. Yes, Chairperson.
You got frozen when you were saying it's a very long list.
I got frozen. Okay, now I'm audible, Chairperson.
Yes, you are. Yes.
Yes, I'm saying that the list is very long of who have lost a cell phone or a laptop. So it's not something that we can discuss in this meeting, but we can make it available to the honorable members just to give them a view of who had what instrument and how much was the value of that instrument. We can make that information available because it's a long list, I must say. So it's not something that we can discuss here. If the committee allows, we can provide that information by Friday this week, because it is readily available. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CEO. I see the Honorable Mkhwebane. With hope, Honorable Mkhwebane, that you are not going back there where we've already ruled on how we should approach that matter.
No, I think, Chairperson, you can't just gag me on how I must raise my issues, but I just wanted to say, if they check page 12 of the APP, Chairperson, you are frozen. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, page 12 of the APP, where the public protector said CARA fund money, it's 48 million. Cabinet has approved 48 million. Hence, I was saying this is very much shoddy work. They should have checked that. And the CEO, in her opening remarks, still on the APP, I'll just get the page. She's saying 49 million from CARA Fund, Chairperson. So that's what I was saying. They've mentioned those two information, which are totally different in the same document. And then on the issue of the documents which they need to submit, Chairperson, for us to check the performance of their mandate as public protector. The list of matters which were referred to the SIU 2023-2024, and the list of the sections, the matters which they rejected from the applicants, which are falling within their jurisdiction, but then they say they can't entertain them because they are 2 years old. And Chairperson, when they submit the information about that issue of the CEO using the car of the institution and getting additional protectors or security companies, when they submit that document, they must also submit the threat risk assessment of the CEO. They must submit the policy of the institution relating to the SMS or senior management services utilization of state cars. And they must also submit the current public protectors utilization of the the CFO can submit to us the petty cash utilized for this financial year, and then the issue of the utilization of the credit card by the Office of the Public Protector, and also the utilization of the resources they are spending on the Public Protector, on the cars and the fuel and the issues which they are spending as far as that is concerned, because that is our responsibility, Chairperson, to check how the institution's resources are being utilized. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just not going back there. I was just saying those are the documents I would expect to receive, and not even a week. I'll give them enough time to prepare those documents because it's a number of documents. I would say by the at least 20th of October, Chairperson. Thank you.
I see. Oh, did you manage to get that? CEO? Members, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Chairperson.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Chairperson, I was listening to Honorable Mkhwebane. I'm not sure which credit card because I'm not aware of PPSA having a credit card. But I will check with PP, but I cannot remember.
Yeah, just respond in writing. It's fine. If you don't have, respond in writing.
Honorable Mkhwebane, please avoid that. You speak through me. CEO, you were saying you're not aware about the credit card?
Yes, I'm not aware of PPSA having a credit card that's used by the Public Protector, but we will respond in writing, but I'm not aware of the credit card.
No, that's
fine. Is also shaking his head.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine, CEO. I think when you respond in writing, you'll just indicate if there is no credit card.
Okay, we will respond in writing.
Okay,
thank you, Chairperson.
PP, thank you very much, and your team for delivering an annual performance, annual report to the committee. Because we are a very robust committee. There's an echo again. Something is speaking after I'm speaking. Yeah, I think it's better now. So we will await the responses as members have suggested. And I think you have been able to cover the follow-up questions that were asked by Honorable Nomvalo. I think part of what you must look at is the irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. Work on the issue relating to the panel that we shared, the Auditor General is talking about. Just work out an audit action plan to share it with us so that we are able to interrogate it. Because our own spirit is to ensure that all the entities and the department that report to the committee actually perform better. We have vowed to support all of them with all the powers that we have to ensure that they perform better. We take audit as an opinion that enables us to ensure that work is done in a proper manner. So it forms part of the basic instrument that which we use to oversight our own entities that report to us. Of course, we'll await that return response. Also attend to the issue relating to the backlog of cases so that complainants do not get disadvantaged on the basis of issues that do not relate to them. But also be sure that complainants are communicated to so that they get to better understand the process that is followed by PPSA in following their complaints what are the even when they are challenged, what are the challenges, so that they don't go beyond the PPSA and complain. If you are able to provide answers to them, they definitely would not complain about it, because they would actually know what is actually happening. Now we will take OCJ after you. Members are going to take OCJ at least at 2. Now it's 1:20. Thank you very much for contributing. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable
Chairperson. Anyway, yeah, they are gone. It's fine.
Recording stopped.